Well, welcome to the second day of Lafusion. Today we are going to start with the paper presentation, the panel presentation, and a keynote at the end of the day. So I would like to thank you, everyone that's watching us from YouTube, everyone that is here on site, and I'd like to thank you also our sponsors. I'd like to thank you also everyone that support the event. I want to thank, my name is Claudio Misselli from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Me together with Paulo Costa from George Mason University. We are hosting this event this year, and hopefully for some other years from now. And I would like to say some words about Lafusion. André, please place the small technical details. Okay. So this event is supported by ISIF, the International Society of Information Fusion. The channel that you're watching this live stream is on ISIF channel. So the Lafusion is a satellite event for the main fusion conference that will be held in Rio de Janeiro next year. So we'd like to thank ISIF for their support. Also, this event is supported by GRAIN. GRAIN, it's a group that was originated by me, Professor Claudio Misselli, Professor Leopoldo Luschino from Unesp, that is also here, and Professor Leandro Santiago, to study green AI algorithms to avoid climate crisis, to combat inequalities. So this group is also supporting the event. And of course, the hosts of this event are the George Mason University and graduate program on computer science and engineering from UFRJ. So those are our sponsors. Those are the organizations that are supporting us. And why Lafusion? That's one of the core ideas, one of the core problems that we're trying to tackle nowadays, is that in the global south, we have less researchers going to conferences, going to journals, and this is due to a lot of reasons, but one of the main reasons is the financial cost, how difficult it is to have those things happening. And it's also very difficult for us to have the support and integration between people and those communities. So in order to make those connections, to make those networks to work properly, to have us creating a community, Lafusion is here. So the idea is that if the financial support is a problem, if the registration fees are problems, if all those things that will lead us to have less connections and less research done and less research shown, what we're going to do is there will be no fees. The Lafusion is meant to be a free event. Free as in freedom. Free as in an open community of researchers. So we know that research is stressful. We know that research takes a lot of time and effort. And to be able to publish should not be one of those. So the main idea of Lafusion is to be an open space for researchers around the world, especially in Latin America, and we want to open it up to African countries in the next few years to be able to show the research in information fusion, of course. So to make this a big and new community of people able to host all those ideas that come from problems of those countries, of Latin American and African countries in the next few years. So it has to be open. So this counts with a lot of efforts of many researchers around the world willing to freely give reviews, to work on the TPC. I would like to thank you everyone in our technical program for the help, for all the work. I would like also to thank Pablo Rangel, that was our tutorial chair, especially for his effort. I would like to thank also Aldo Ruiz from the Federal University of Goiânia and Giuliani from the Eldorado Institute. They were also our program chairs, because their free effort made us this conference open and free. All the papers that you're going to see today were not have any cost. The authors were free. There was no processing charges, and we also would like to thank the sponsors for making this possible. Without the sponsor support, this event will have to be financially funded by the authors. That's something that we did not want to. So it's free for the authors. All the companies are working on this. So I would like also to thank the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro that hosted us yesterday. All the support, all the infrastructure that you saw yesterday was given by the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro for free. So supporting this thing. And I would like this, the auditorium from yesterday also was from COPI. COPI, one of the many institutes of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. It's a graduate institute, so a very famous, a very strong institute in Brazil. So thank you, COPI, for the effort too. And Lafusion in numbers, actually Lafusion was a very competitive workshop with 31 submissions, more than 90% from Latin America. That's a good number, but only 13 papers were accepted. The acceptance rate was around 40%. More than 10 countries submitted papers to Lafusion this year, and gladly, only half of those papers came from Brazil. So from the last year to this year, we increased the number of people from Latin American countries, even from Europe, to Lafusion. So this was a really good event. It was a really good improvement from last year, and the papers that you're going to see today had really high scores. That's something that prouds us very much. So, technical issues. Thank you very much for this. Hope you enjoyed this day today with you. And today we start with a panel. I will introduce our two panelists, and we bring it up with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Duas cadeiras. Duas cadeiras. Jerome. Okay. Thank you very much for the first activity of the day. So we are not late anymore. We are just 1 minute late, so we are trying to compensate on this. We have the panel Artificial Intelligence, Ethics, and Data Sovereignty, Challenges for Latin American Futures. This panel will be presented by two researchers, André Maneri, cell phones. André Maneri holds a PhD from the Institute of Social and Political Studies of the State University of Rio de Janeiro. He is the founder and director of Ateliê de Humanidades, an independent institution dedicated to research, writing, and education. Maneri also serves as the editor of Ateliê de Humanidades Editorial, the podcast República de Ideias, and the forum Fios do Tempo, which offers analysis of contemporary issues. Since 2019, he has organized the Humanities Cycle, Ideas and Debates in Philosophy and Social Sciences, hosted by the French Consulate in Rio de Janeiro. He's the author of Durkheim, Despite the Century, New Interpretations Between Philosophy and Sociology, Unfinished Democracy, and Cartographies of Critique. Maneri also conceived, edited, and revised the Brazilian edition of Bruno Latour's Facing Gaia, published as Diante de Gaia by UBU Editorship, and Ateliê de Humanidades in 2020. His research spans social theory, technoscience, and society, historical, political sociology, anthropological theory, ethics, political philosophy, and rhetoric. Thank you, André. Come.
Good morning for all.
Yeah. Would like also to invite Leopoldo Luschino Filho, is an assistant professor from Unesp. Unesp is one of the state universities of São Paulo. And I'll talk about his curriculum. Cell phones. assistant professor in the Department of Control and Automation Engineering at São Paulo State University, UNESP, and a visiting researcher at the Record AI at Unicamp, University of Campinas. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer science from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, where he also completed his master's and PhD in systems engineering and informatics. Luschino pursued a postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Campinas. He is an associate researcher at the Applied Research Center in Artificial Intelligence for Industry 4.0 and the Center for Social Housing Development in São Paulo State. His research focuses on AI applications across diverse fields, including climate change mitigation, consciousness studies, epidemiology, medical diagnosis, renewable energy, and digital games. So thank you both for being here. Thank you both for presenting. And I'll pass the phone to you. So I'll just ask you to exchange the phones. And this is the one. Just point there. And
Good morning for all. I begin with some apologies. The first apologize is that I'm not very good in English, and so my slides about this thematic, their dependence, the challenge for digital sovereignty in Latin America are slides with very test because is a support for me. So let's go. The first point is that the Atelier de Humanidades is an institution that have three definitions. Is the first point. The first point is the independent institution for study, research, writing, and formation. The second point is a network institution aimed at mediating between the university, civil society, and public arena. And the third point is the renaissance of atelier logic in the wake of the information technology revolution. These 3 points is important for me because the later apologize is the fact that I am a stranger here because I am a researcher in humanities, and you, the audience here and the audience, virtual audience, have a formation in engineer. So I have some difficulties for this, but the slides in the itinerary around this thematic is an itinerary with an application under force with my efforts and so along. Wait. Come on, let's go. My steps. I have 3 steps here. The first point is data dependence. What does that mean? The point is, what does dependence? And the second point is the problem of dependence. The dependence problem in Latin America. What are the phases of dependence? The third point is the field of data sovereignty in Latin America in contemporary times. And the latter point is what does it matter for information fusion? So, the first point is, come on, okay. Data dependence. What does that mean? There are three senses of data dependence. The first sense is data dependence capitalism. The fact is that contemporary capitalism needs data as a primary input in the process of production, consumption, distribution, and circulation. Is the first point. The second point is that dependence relationships related to the control of data technologies. In these contemporary times, US big techs and the dispute between China and the US over control of technology disruption is a fact that involves the other fact that different forms of dependence on central economies are emerged in contemporary. Not only in the periphery and semi-peripheries, but also in the conditions of central countries. For example, European Union. The third point is the fact that social dependence of data. What is this? Individuals, groups, companies, institutions, and the state itself are shaped by a growing datization of the relationships and process of social life. And it's not without reason that the social dependence is has a sense in around the addiction sense. The 3 points, the dependence, the 3 sense of dependence is that. And the end of my first step is the fact that the 3 facets of data dependence are interrelated, and I would like to focus the second point, the data dependence in the sense of dependence between the countries. The second point is how can we think about dependence, how the possibilities of theorizing dependence. My reference in dependence is the dependence theories. The reference are the CEPAL or a CLAC, Comissão Econômica para o Desenvolvimento dos Estudos da Economia dos Países Latino-Americanos, Fernando Henrique Cardoso and Enzo Faleto, and Celso Furtado. When we think about dependence, the point is the dependence theorizing in 1960 and 1970 is the problem of the goal of industrialization in Latin America countries, the obstacles for industrialization. And in this point, the problem was not only the modernization or development, but the problem of dependence, the dependence between countries. Question is, why are we dependent? What are the mechanisms of dependence? And in this problem, the question is that there are 3 forms of dependence. The economic dependence. Economic dependence is the problem of imbalance in the terms of trade between peripheral and central countries, and also political and social dynamics of the country end up reproduction dependence on the central countries. This point is the very hard point in the situation these years, and is interrelated with the second point. There is technologies dependence. The assimilation of technology and the domestic production of manufactured goods is a function of the interests of international corporations, unbalanced and not exactly the results of the internal dynamism. And these points, these 2 points, the economic dependence and technological dependence, are interrelated with a third point, very important for me in this speaking, the cultural, intellectual, and epistemic dependence. The importance of exterior cultural and knowledge pattern, the importation of stereocultural and knowledge patterns with a cultural mimicry. These points make the standards of living and consumption in advanced countries are imitated by middle classes without having a mass economy or the functioning of society consistent with them. This is the problem of dependence in the context of 20th century. And so the question is, what is the relation between the problem of dependence or the dependence problem and the questions around the technologies of information and communication, and so the problem of artificial intelligence or the information fusion. Now the problem go to your problems, your questions, technology questions. In the contemporary contexts, the problem of dependence is not the problem in societies in process of industrialization. The problem is in the context of datization of society, the information capitalism. And in this context, the problems of sovereignty data and the digital sovereignty is the problems, the target problems in the context in our times. So there is a difference entre sovereignty, digital sovereignty, and data sovereignty. In one point, in the problem of data sovereignty, it involves relative autonomy over data and information. The problem is collection, storage, processing, integration, merging, interpretation. This process have do the capitalisms, the societies that don't have control for of the technological development in information, communication, artificial intelligence. This society need to control in some form this process in data sovereignty. And digital sovereignty, what is this? Digital sovereignty is involve broader issues, not only data control, but also relating to technology infrastructure and digital resources, bringing into play control, regulation, and autonomy over hardware, networks, platforms, and software. The problem of dependence involves these two phases, data sovereignty and digital sovereignty. And in the sense of technical, scientific, and economic problems, the question of sovereignty involves some targets for conquest. The first point is protection in relation to access to sensitive information. Citizen, corporate, and state data, secret, confidential, strategic. This point is important for sovereignty political. The second point is technological infrastructure for distribution. Distribution of data, digital distribution. Sensors, servers, internet cable, platforms, and physical storage of data on national territories. For example, data centers. Other points, guaranteeing citizens' rights to secrecy and privacy. National expertise in collection, storage, processing, operation, interpretation, technologies, techniques. Framing digital platforms within the legal framework of the countries. And the existence of self-sustaining, well-regulated, techno-diverse, and innovative technological ecosystem. These problems these problems around the digital and data sovereignty are problems that involves problems in Brazil and other Latin America countries. In Brazil, there is a movement of digital sovereignty, and these targets for conquest sovereignty are points important for dependence theorizing with an intention for promote autonomous political. And about data digital sovereignty issues, there is propositions of country and measures that conduces us in the to the 40th step of my speaking. In the question about data dependence, one point could be the question of decolonization data. What is this? Decolonization is a promotion of a datatization politics in that the data don't dissolve the relations and autonomy of societies. And in this point, there are some questions around the technological making. This point proposes by country and measures are reframing, shift the terms of discourse about what data is for. Second point, restoring, reclaiming forms of well-being eroded by data relations. And I make the point, my point, the problem is also modeling the data according to them if it is possible, according the story. Naming, articulating new worldviews that resist or change this logic, change the logic of articulating data. Protecting, identify the social arenas that should exist beyond datafication, and creating, to form new social relations around and beyond data, change the terms under the datification operates, and create data technologies enhanced by context and guaranteeing technology diversity. So the point is, what does it matter for information fusion? The latter step of my speaking. I'm not good in English and also in engineering. I'm not an engineer, but I understand the information fusion in this form. The definition in the site is there. Information fusion. There is epistemic and technical problems. What are these? Merging, integrating, interpretation information from multiple sources is the problem of information fusion, the question, the technical question. To generate a unified and coherent representation of the underlying realities, and so enable improvable situation awareness, decisions make, and prediction capabilities, leading to enhanced performance, efficiency, and reliability in complex and uncertain environments, and so to debate the usage of information fusion to produce solutions for the challenge in the religion. Is this is the definition in site, in fusion site, and in my studies about information fusion, I found this model. Joint directors of laboratories data fusion subplane, the classical model, not architecture, but model. In that, there are 3 levels. Level 1, object refinement, situation refinement, street refinement, levels 1, 2, and 3. And a process in that the level 4 is the more abstract, the process refinement. And this model is refined in the later years, and in Sindaro Garcia, Linus Blash, I has encountered the proposition of level 1 sub-object data assessment, level 0 sub-object data assessment, level 1 object assessment, level 2 and 3 situation and package assessment, and level 4 process refinement. In that, this level involves the different moments of information fusion. In levels 2, 3, and 4, the problem involves in crescent sense, in crescent level, the problems, the social and cultural problems, to incorporate in the technical makings. In information fusion, there is the need to do information fusion functional capabilities. The problem of information fusion is make the automated estimation process of some aspects of a real world or entity states based on the multi-source input, data, and information. In this process, the complex of any worlds includes the degree to which that world is hospitable to or cooperative with the observational or other information providing mechanisms upon which the IP estimation process depends. What is this? This is the question for finish my speaking, conduce to finish my speaking. In information fusion, there is a problem space of interest. Is the focal data and information. This problem is the problem proposed by Sindaro, Garcia, Linus, and Blash. And the information fusion, there is the focal data information, and there is the context. This differentiation between the information, the focal data information, and the context is the question for me to finish. In my reading of Snidaro, Garcia, Linus, and Blash, and Hall and Jordan, I discovered the question in that information fusion began in a technological process of construct the technologies for special systems, planes, directed to object. In that, the technology is leading, is involved with the problems in spatial, physical spatial space, physical space. And in the latter years, the problems, the engaging of information fusions evolves other technologies centered in human technologies, turn to problems of interaction between humans, interaction socials. The process of information fusion that involves the problems that which involves the social and human relations demand other questions in construct them and in construct it. Toward woman centrality is the point here. The question of how human beings reason or mean things is important in order to better understanding FI, including the role and purpose of context in its formulation. It is the question by Smidaro, Garcia, Lunas, and Blash. Make information fusion enhanced by context. The problem of context is the problem, crescent problem in recent years. And the proposition by Nidaro Garcia, Linus, and Blash, is that this information fusion involves importance of to do a differentiation between demonstration, inference, and argumentation reasoning. What characterizes reasoning in the awareness, not just of a conclusion, but of an argument that justifies accepting that conclusion? How then do you prove on IF process designed to automatically incorporate contextual information to enable the formation of premises and the formation of improved arguments or conclusion? These authors proposed a differentiation between demonstration and argumentation. This is my table, not a differentiation in these authors, in that the logic of information fusion centered in human not involve only a demonstration logic, but overall a argumentation logic. What is this? I said about this problem space of interest, focal data, information, and context. So the authors propose a differentiation between focal premises information and contextual premises information. The focal premises information is the information in this process. There is a problem space of interest, and there is a focal information, focal data incorporate in information fusion design. Data from the multisensory system is aligned and associated as in any IFI process, producing the focal information as associated body of evidence. But the challenge in information fusion centered in women is promotes designs that involves also contextual premises information. What are these? A set of constraints to a reasoning process about a situation. The focal premises have constraints of context. The context, in the context, emerges constraints, emerge questions in the focal information and data. And this is information. This is contextual information or premises. These are constraints to focal premises, to the formation to our arguments and conclusion, adds in understanding the estimated situation, and also adds in reaction to situation if a reaction is required. I'm finishing. So, in the problem of information fusion centered in woman, and the relation between this problem and dependence conduces us for the question how to integrate contextuation premises into a fusion system design or into any algorithm designs. This proposition is a proposition by Sindaro, Garcia, Linas, and Blesch. I cited them. If it is at design time, when the involving designs, ideas for the system are being formed, then one has the advantage of knowing. This problem, the first problem. What arguments or estimates the IF system is being designed to perform? And the second, and what area of the world and what societal environment the system will be directed to? The relation between A and B, the knowing with A and B, permits this. Knowing A, one knows the goal arguments that the system will be trying to develop. And knowing B, one knows the physical and social and perhaps other contextual information that could be available and from which relevant premises could be formed. So, integrating the focal sensor data derived premises with the context information derived premises into a combined argument framework is a separate and possible complex design challenge. This problem of complex design challenge is a problem aborted by Leopoldo. And in this relation between these two phases of IFE design, conduce our for a question in that. In IF systems centered in human and social relations, is necessary systems designed about on a artificial rhetoric or a argumentation logic, not in a formal logic. So the challenge for promoting a IFE system in some sectors of reality for making an adequate representation of complex of social and human reality, need to promote a design, IFE design, based in argumental logic or rhetorical, artificial rhetorical, as I say. Is that possible? Construct, in first sense, construct adequate rhetoric, theory of rhetoric for promoting engineer? I don't know. It is possible construct machine that perform argumentation logic? I don't know. But if artificial rhetoric for improving information fusion process is not possible, these questions nevertheless alert us to a fundamental problem. What is the fundamental problem? The need to design IFE system in some aspects, social and human aspects, centered in human and social society, there are enhanced and sensible to context, contextualized. And in this sense, if information fusion design are not strengthened by the context and adapted to the Latin American context, this is a problem. What is this? The logic of dependence will be dependent with an even greater level of automaticity. Why? Because the problem of dependence, cultural dependence, is also the problem in that logic, stranger logic, is important in stranger context. It is necessary promote engineers, promote machines sensible for the context, sensible for the particular and singular context. So I feel information, I feel design systems need to be sensible for context, complexity, realities in Latin America. And my hypothesis of being a man, not an engineer, a sociologist, is that it's necessary to promote system design based, supported in artificial rhetoric, knowledge about rhetoric, not only in systems not sensible to contexts. In this point, it's necessary not only statistical methods, but also symbolic methods. It's so. Thanks. Sorry, apologize with my English. I'm a man not with experience, exterior experience, without fluence, but it's so. Thanks. Por favor, Leopoldo.
Hello everyone, I'm Leopoldo, and I would like to thank Claudio and Paulo for inviting me to talk about this team, this so hyped team, related to AI ethics. And I will try to extend the discussion that Andrea already introduced for us. And in this year, we saw that the Nobel Prize in the physics, the winners of the Nobel Prize were machine learning researchers, artificial intelligence researchers, including in chemistry category. Some of the researchers that were contemplated were related to artificial intelligence also. And I think that in the next years, I think that we are not so far from the time that the winner of the Nobel Prize in the category of the physics category would be a artificial intelligence specialist that will make some kinds of research that will advance the field of artificial intelligence ethics. But despite that this team is so hyped now, despite of the lot of discussions that we are facing now related to the AI ethics, including because the using of the AI and the bias in the AI are increasing a lot in the previous years. I think that there's one point that in general we ignore related to this, that data colonialism. This point was highlighted by Caldred and Majors that Andre already quoted then. And they discussed that we have a lot of data fulfilled by a lot of bias, and it's a common sense. We know the bias that exists in the data. We know how the AI topologies in general increasing this natural bias that they are already had. But Caldry and Majors pinpoints that this bias are not is not so bias composed by the way that we collect the data or the way that we pre-process the data or how the topology of the model increasing the bias, but there's one type of the bias that is so subtle and because of this so dangerous. And this kind of bias is related to the imbalance of the power that there's in the world and data and the use of the data to make to take decisions in important issues reflects and more than this increase this imbalance of the power because the most of the data are collected in the global north. The most of the topologies of the models that we use to process the data are provided by the specialists that works or in the global north or working from the global north using the resources and using the strategy and using the approach formulated in the global north of the world. And Caldry and Majors coined this term, data colonies, and they highlight this point as a warning for us. But I will try to expand more this discussion. I think that this topic that Caldry and Majors raised is not is not a topic that was discussed so the team deserves. But I think that there are other ways to extend this discussion and try to make this discussion and thinking more about the topology of the models and the complex of the data. Another topic that Andrea already quoted. And to start to extend this discussion, I think that one point that we need to pay attention is the fact that there's no something like to the universal methodologies to thinking about the world, universal methodologies that can be applied to deal with the data, including the whole idea of the raw data that are so common for us. Is not so easy to defend because raw data is not raw data because raw data is the data that was collected by sensor and not received any kinds of pre-process, but the sensor itself was created using specific methodology. And this methodology is not isn't of some kinds of bias. The way that we use to collect the data to implant the sensors was based in a lot of assumptions. And these assumptions already have bias. And because of this, the thing that we call raw data is existing. And the possibility of the universal methodologies was the central theme of the science during the two previous centuries. But in the last decades, it's turned a controversial issue because the science and more than this, philosophers of the science start to perceive that it's not so easy to defend the idea of the universal methodologies, because science is based on metaphysical assumptions, and these metaphysical assumptions have a lot of bias, are influenced by our imagination and something like that, and including the idea that the universe, the world, is fulfilled with patterns, and the law of the physics, for example, are rigid, are based in a set of evidences, but we generalize that as a kind of universal truth, but it's not so. It's not. We are not able to defend this. We are able to assume this. Because of this, we have a lot of assumptions in the basis of our definition of universal methodologies. But philosophy of the science, and for us that work as a scientists and engineers in general, despite that we work with the science every day, we are sometimes distant, we are far from the state of the art in the discussions of the philosophy of the science. But in the two previous decades, it's turned the state of the art, thinking about the science, that there is no kind of something like universal methodology. And one of the main schools of thinking that pinpoints that is the school called critical realism. That it was led by Roy Bhaskar, one of the main philosophers of the science in the century. Roy Bhaskar and his colleagues defend the idea that it's the composition of the reality. We have the real things, the things that really exist, and the reality, the real things are in general protected by our perception. In general, we are not able to really understand the reality. We enter in contact with the empirical reality. There's a lot of things that we can understand using our empirical power, and between both of them, there is the actual reality, the events that we are able to interact, but not completely understand. But in the empirical reality, the part of the reality that we are able to interact and completely using our senses and interpret this, empirical reality, because it's just a part of the total reality, the real thing, it's, in the last sense, is just a model. And this model is not just a subset of the real thing, of the reality as it is. It's more than this, because to make sense of these models, to make sense of the reality, using just a small part of the reality, that's the empirical part of the reality, we need to fulfill the empirical reality or empirical models using our imagination, using our hypotheses, and our hypothesis is not just fruit of our evidences, but fruit of your expectations or imagination or culture. And because of this, despite that we are not able to admit this, we are scientists, we cannot agree with this, but in the last sense, scientific models are fulfilled with metaphysical assumptions, cultural assumptions, these kinds of things. And based on this, It just advanced. And because of this, because of the subjective part of the scientific model, because of the criticism that critical realism offers to the traditional way of thinking science that was provided by 19th century philosophers, a lot of postmodernist thinkers start to make their own criticisms to the science and the philosophy of the science. And one of the most prominent of them is Boaventura Sousa Santos. And he and his colleagues start to thinking about that's called epistemology of the soul. The idea that, as we already saw in data colonialism, there is imbalancement of the power in the world, and it's reflected in our data, but more than this, it's reflecting about our way to think about our way to thinking about the way that you use this data, interpret this data, and make hypotheses based on these data. And one time that our culture, our cultural assumptions affects our interpretation of the reality, including affects the way that we make hypotheses, we formulate hypotheses, including the way that we generalize this hypothesis, validate hypothesis to consolidate theories and defend these theories against the rival theories, are affected by our cultural assumptions. Boaventura Sousa Santos and another postmodernist thinkers start to defend the idea that the thinkers, the scientists, the engineers of the global south need to make their own assumptions and formulate their own metrics and start to thinking about their own way to make science. And I'm totally sure that this line of thinking deserves some criticisms. I'm a scientist at the end of the day, and I hope that there's some universal methodologies that we can derive for specific parts of the science. I believe in some objectivity of the reality, but at the same time, we need to agree with Boaventura Sousa Santos that there's a lot of cultural influence in the way that we make science. And despite that, for me, postmodernist thinks deserve some criticisms due to the excessive way that they given for the power of the language in constructing the thinking and something like that. For me, exaggerated weight that they put on the subjectivity and the impossibility to understand the words and something like that. It's a very important point. We are thinkers and scientists of the global south. We need to start to make our own kind of science, or at least thinking about specific metrics that you use, something like that. And I hope, profoundly hope, from my whole heart that you millennials are able to understand this picture, because if you are not able to understand this, I believe that we failed as educators. And the problem of the data, in spite of the data colonialism, is that the data, not our data, not data that we collected in this global south, is that the world is so complex, the life is so complex, everything is so complex. And when we're thinking about data that is provided by complex systems, we need to remember that science is not able to understand or formulate a rich set of laws that define the behaviors of the complex system in a strict way. The first hypothesis about the complex systems that we take seriously as a great candidate to formulate some theories that in the future can be generalized, including would be taken as law, were formulated by the winners of the physics prize, the Nobel Physics Prize 3 years ago. We don't have serious theories in complex systems fields. We have at the maximum some serious hypotheses. And the most of the data that we use to face the serious issues, the issues that have important weight in your life, are provided by complex systems. I will try to define the main features of the complex systems now, in order that we be able to think about the level of difficulty to deal with this kind of data. And first one, the complex system in general are open system. Open system, we are familiarized with an open system due to the thermodynamic fields, but usually complex systems have these characteristics of the open systems that it means that a system whose the surrounds the neighbor systems are able to change matter, to change energy, to change information between them. And think about that. If one system is able to change matter and information energy with the surrounds, it means that they're not able to be formulated as a complete state machine. We are not able to define completely the set of the states that the system can assume. And thinking about the data provided by GIS, and thinking about the data provided by GIS, and the way that we're thinking about this data using specific approach, it's possible, it's really possible to defend the idea that strictly approach can map in the entire behaviors of all open systems. And because the most of the structures that we have to face GIS are formulated by the traditional science that was warning about and problems in the global north. And critical transitions is another feature, important feature of the complex systems. And critical transitions is the characteristic that we are in one state, in one moment, and the amount of the energy that we demanded to achieve this state is not the same amount of the energy that we need to change for the next stage. Ernest Hemingway, the famous writer, the famous American writer, one time said in one of his books that the human relationships are like to the development of the companies. For example, if one company fails 10%, it's not implied that this company needs to fail more 90% for extinction completely. Because if one company, for example, finishes 10% of the confidence that the investors have on it, it can be sufficient. It can be enough to the another investors finish their operations, and the company can be completely extinct from this. And they say, and he say that the human relationships have the same kind of behavior, because if one person don't have more 10% of the confidence in another person, it can be enough to the finish the relationship that exists between them. And a lot of sociological data have this same kinds of behavior. A lot of sociological and political, economical data have this kinds of behavior that can be found in natural systems, in physical systems. But in the cultural systems, that the systems that provide a lot of data that we need to use to solve a lot of issues, this kind of behavior can be found with more facility. And another problem related to the complex system is that complex systems in general are fulfilled with nested complex system as a Russian doll. Inside the complex system, the components of the complex system in general are another complex system. Now, for example, the organs of a bar, the systems of a bar are complex system. Bar is a complex system. And imagine if one basic complex system have critical transitions, if one basic complex system have it's a potential open system. Imagining the interaction, imagine the level of the complexity that's arisen in the interaction of many complex systems. And complex systems have a dynamic network of multiplicities. It implies that in complex systems, we have in some regions that have a lot of density of changing of the information, and at the same time, we need to face a lot of sparsity. And unfortunately, we don't have a way to map into simulating with a high level of loyalty, the nature in the sense. Because of this, for example, when we're thinking about forecasting, what's the way to make forecasting in the motion of the previous century? The main technique, the main mechanism that we use to make forecasting the previous century was simulation. But at the same time, one time that we are not able to define this kind of behavior just in using ordinary equations, differentiable equations, we fulfill this description of the system with a lot of assumptions to try to mimicry the reality, but at the same time, it's not able to describe the reality as it is. And one of the main component that causes this is dynamic network of multiplicity. And because of this, forecasting in general, when it's based on simulation, it's very efficient when we think on the medium term, not for the long term, and not for nowcasting, not for very short term. And despite of the advances of the recurrent neural networks and LSTM and GRU and these kinds of things, we remain with a lot of difficulty to face very short term forecasting, nowcasting. Despite that, for long-term forecasting, we are improving our results in using recurrent neural network. And it was a GIF, but in PDF it's not working. But do you know what's that? Exactly, Conway's Game of Life. It's the main, or for me at least, the main characteristic of the complex system emergent phenomena. In a complex system, a complex system is not so composed by their components, but the interaction of the components that makes that new phenomenon come rise. And Conway's Game of Life is a very simple way to observe this. In Conway's Game of Life, we make a grid and define a set of rules for each turn. And for example, these rules can be, for example, if you are a cell inside the grid and the neighborhood cells are empty, you are fulfilled. In the next turn, you will fulfill our neighbors, these kinds of things. And we put a Conway Games of Life or derivatives to run. And in few turns, we will be able to observe a lot of emergent phenomena because a lot of patterns will start to appear and repeat. And the most of these patterns are not predictable in the moment when we define the set of the rules. And how predict these new patterns that will arise by interaction of the original components of the complex system? We don't know. And more than this, we don't know if one time we will know. And it's another problem when we deal with the complex systems. And our problem of the complex system are that the relationships of the components are non-linear. The famous butterfly effect that is expressed by the exaggerated but very famous metaphor that to the butterfly shake their wings in the tropical forest in Amazon can causes a hurricane and the Australians something like that. But it exists not in this degree, but exists in complex systems. A great change on a specific variable can cause just a few variation on the target, on vice versa, these kinds of things. And because of this, it's difficult to deal with the data and the complex systems. Feedback loops. It's the characteristic of the complex system that complex system feeds themselves with their own outputs. And for some systems, for physical-like systems, we start to understand how to formulate this. But when we're thinking about a more complex system involving cultural backgrounds and sociological backgrounds, we are not so able to understand feedback loops because feedback loops there involves more than laws of the physics, involves another kind of sociological behavior that we are not able to map in yet. And finally, the most terrific characteristics of the complex system are the black swan events, events that are totally unpredictable, and at the same time, they change the entire behavior of the system. It's called a concept drift. So for example, it changes the scale of the variables. It's cause anomalies. It's not in reality. It's a more problematic event than anomaly, because anomaly is just an event that escapes from the pattern of the system. But black swan event is an event. It's a series of anomaly points that are unpredictable. But one time that it's arising, having a pattern on this, but this pattern is unpredictable, and this pattern escapes totally from the natural pattern of the complex systems. This term, black swan event, was coined by Nassim Taleb when he tried to understand some important events, economical events that occurred in the beginning of the century. And so, these are the main features of the complex data. So we already had 2 points to thinking about: the data colonialism and the complex system. Some it's to the fact that we are not able to formulate a completely objective methodology of the science. And now we start to thinking about the other side of this problem that's more related to the AI models, the anthropologists. For example, thinking about the main topic of this event, data fusion. We have basically 2 ways to perform data fusion, despite that each one of these categories can be divided in a lot of subcategories. So Earth fusion, when we make the fusion of the different modalities inside the model, inside the topology. For example, if this box was a neural network, we make initial layers for each modality and concatenate these modalities inside the model. We can create an aggregation layer and perform this aggregation inside this model. Obviously, it will create a lot of new bias. Each modality already has their own bias, but the process of aggregation inside the model will create more bias. And for example, thinking about artificial neural networks, their main problem is that when we're thinking about the topology of the neural networks, this is composed by a series of the layers, the stacked layers. And in the initial layers, we are working with the original feature of the data, the raw data. That's we already discussed that there's no kinds of raw data, but the initial layers we are working with the features of the raw data. But in the second the second layer, in the first hidden layer, we start to work not with the features of the data, but with the correlations of the future of the data. In the second hidden layer, we will start to work with the correlations of the features and so on. And imagining that we are not able to understand completely the bias that exists on the raw data. And our capacity of understands the bias of the correlations of these features and the correlation of these features. And more than just aggregate all of this bias, we are not able to model this kind of the resistant bias. Lafusion is more modular, is more predictable, is easier to control because just divide these modalities inside the models and embed these models in ensemble. And after this, we perform the fusion, applying a vote system or something like that. But the same way, each model will have their own bias. And when we combine both of, all of them, a new bias will be generated. This bias tends to be small in comparison with fusion, but we have a kind of bias here. And hybrid fusion that can be performed in a lot of ways, but the more usual is perform ensemble using different fusion-based models as the voters, as the weak learners. And this is the most potent form of perform data fusion, especially if you are working with synthetic data, but at the same time, we will combine the bias that was generated by fusion and the fusion systems. And it implies that the bias are not in the data. The bias are not in the complex of the systems that provide the data. The bias are not so present in the data colonialism, in the realities that provide the complex system that provide the data. But bias are present including in the models. And the models propagate this bias. More than this, we will see in the next slides. So one great discussion that we have now in AI ethics is related to the systemic bias. It's not a new topic, but systemic bias discussing that data have a lot of bias, as we know, as we already discussed it. But more than this, the bias of the data have different natures, and these different bias are combined between them, and a new kind of bias arises from this. For example, one very known kind of bias is related to ethnic bias. For example, there's a lot of medical equipment, diagnostical tools that have AI embedded in it. And in general, just equipment works better for white men in comparison with another ethnic is called Caucasian race, and have a lot of advantage in the performance of the models embedded on this kind of equipment. But when we're thinking about ethnic bias there's no existing vehicle, because the same person that have specific ethnicities have a specific gender and have a specific age. And when thinking about the ethnicity bias varies because it's having an intersectional way to dialogue with another bias. For example, a specific ethnicity combined with a specific age can result in specific kinds of bias that will result when the same ethnicities interact with another age slice. And systemic bias try to identify these kinds of things. How new kind of bias are composed by the interaction of the intersectional biases that we have naturally in the data. And adding more this layer of the complexity to the problem of the bias that's to the stack that we already composed now. And another problem that is discussed is related to the illusion of algorithm neutrality. Jay Burnell, for example, important AI thinker, and say that the opposite of the models, the most accurate AI models, are in general black boxes, and these opposites of these models hidden for us, not just the way that this model make correlations or the best way to make sense of the output of these models. But these models, the opposite of these models, hidden for us the own way that the models create bias. And one foundational book, one very influential book that discusses this topic is Habitus Machine. Habitus Machine is a book from Massimo Airoldi, when he discussed that the models, the opposite of the models, does not just hidden for us the bias that naturally exists in the data, but hidden for us the bias that exists on the minds of the scientists that create the model that will hidden the bias of the data. So the problem, and here I would like to introduce a new discussion, because when we're thinking about the bias of the models, in general, one topic that we not including in our discussion is that the AI models having a dual nature, because they are great models to deal with complex systems, especially considering the non-linear relationships that there is in these kinds of systems. But another problem is that AI models are themselves complex systems. So we are not able to understand completely complex systems. Imagining the complex systems preprocessed by complex systems. Imagining the interpretation of the results of the complex systems that process complex systems. And it will take us for the problem of the device paradigm. It's a problem formulated by Albert Bogman, one of the pioneers in thinking about the philosophy of the technology. Albert Bogman was a Christian philosopher of the World War II time. And World War II was the time when the humanity and the mankind start to discover that technologies have a lot of problems, because the end of the 19th century was a period with a lot of enthusiasm around technology, but World War II bring for us atomic bombing and these kinds of things. And Albert Bogman said for this time, because people in this time arguing that technology is an extension of your moral. If a good person using technology, it's will imply in a good use of technology, and a bad person using technology, bad things will occur after this. But Bogman said it was a naive perspective of the reality, because technology have our own ontology, our own way to interact with the reality, And the most of the ways that technology impacts the reality are totally unpredictable by the people that create this technology. For example, when we create ways to control the energy and illuminate our house, one totally unpredictable impacting on the society is that the change of the behavior of the people that now start to turn themselves more independent from another, and people get a lot of freedom in relation to the communities and to change the entire way that the society was organized. And it was not a reason for the creation of this technology. And the same thing can be said for the AI models. And it's bring us to the point that AI are causing an impact in a way that we thinking about data. And hermeneutic is the field of the philosophy that's thinking about the way that we interpret the reality, the way that we compose our worldview, and the way that we interpret the data and so on. And the problem is that the AI models have their own way to interpret the reality because they are composed in specific kinds of topology that we don't understand completely due the fact that it was a complex system, as we already discussed. And AI have their own hermeneutics, but the problem is not that. AI have the right to have their own hermeneutics. The problem is that AI the AI is shaping our hermeneutics because our hermeneutics capacity is now start to be trained by the models that at the time are trained by data that we don't understand completely because the bias that the data have and because the bias that this data have due to the complexities that we are not so able to understand completely. And one way to face this problem is related to the epistemic territories, a term coined by J. Nagel. The idea that epistemological artifacts comport the epistemological artifacts are like a theory and a territory with their own boundaries, and defining the boundaries of an epistemic territory is so hard because we are not so able to understand completely epistemology now. It's related to the Gettier problem because before Gettier, the philosophy Gettier, we understand that knowledge imply in justified true belief. If we have belief about how the world works, and this belief is true, this belief corresponds to the real fact, and we have a good justification for our belief, okay, you know something. But Gettier argues that imagine, for example, if one person goes to interview process for selection and for specific work, and in this process, he observed a guy that's having a best curriculum than him, and he observed that this guy have $10 on his pocket. And he takes this assumption. The guy that will achieve this position in this interview is the guy that have $10 in his pocket. It's a belief, and he have a good justification because the curriculum of this guy is the best one in the set of the guys that are taking part of the process. And in the moment that the results of the process come out, he discovered that he is the winner of the process. He was contemplated with the position. And in the same moment, he puts his hands on his pockets and discovered that he have $10 in his pocket. And okay, the belief of him is belief and justified because he had a good justification for him due to the curriculum of the naughty guy. And at the same time, it's true because at the end, he discovered that he achieved the position and he had $10 in his pockets as the original assumption. But his justification, despite that it's a good justification, is not the justification that justifies the real reason that's turning his belief true. And Gettier, when Gettier pinpoints this, Gettier discovers that our foundations for define what means knowledge is totally fragile. Is weak. Have a lot of problem on this definition of the knowledge, and how to define the boundaries of the epistemic territories. What turning, for example, a topology of AI with a good justification, a model that mitigates the possibility of amplify or generates new bias. Thinking about that, this model are in essence complex systems, and we don't understand complex systems. And the data that we use to train these models are provided by complex systems that we don't understand. And more than this data and the methodology of thinking about this data and the way that we construct these models are all of them provided by a way to thinking about the reality that was provided by Global North for thinkers that comes from the Global North. And we have the question of the limitations of the universal methodologies and their colonialism. And despite of all of these issues, one start point for us is thinking about local data ontology. Data have their own ontology. Data is composed by components. The components have attributes. We have a relationship between these components, and we have a set of roles that manage these relationships. And the way that we define this ontology of the knowledge needs to be defined by the person that are near from the problem that is supposed to be solved. For example, if you use an ontology for diseases that was formalized by thinkers of the Europe to try to deal with the tropical disease, and for example, Chagas disease or dengue, the only idea of seasonality for us, the only idea of disease strains for us is totally different from the kinds of the diseases and the ontology of the diseases that these people in general need to do. Of course, there's a lot of intersections between ontology. And of course, there's a lot of real objective components of the knowledge. I'm not advocating discarding the consolidated knowledge that we derives from the experience and the ontology that was formalized by the thinkers of the Global North, not from this, but that I'm arguing that we need to have a critical position in considering these ontologies and start to compose an ontology that takes advantage of the consolidated ontologies that were provided by other regions of the world, but more than this, that we start to thinking about your specific issues and take this account when we compose your ontologies. And for Finch, we need to thinking about more than ontology of the data. We need to start to thinking about the epistemological criteria that we will apply to validate our models. Because when we're thinking about the metrics that we use to validate one model, We know that there's no kind of universal metric that can be validated completely in a model. For example, if you are using a model to perform forecasting, a usual metric, for example, for validating the accuracy of the predictions is the metric errors, mice, MAPI, these kinds of things. But mean absolute error of them, mean absolute error, for example, measures the behavior of the model and in the entire scope, in the entire period of the forecast was performed. But for example, if you use GTW or Manhattan distance, these kinds of things, we'll be able to observe more and validate more the capacity of the model to approximate itself of the original trend of the ground truth. Both of them are valid metrics, and both of them are analyzing different features of the response of the model. But they are not able to validate completely the model. And the same way that you use in a set of the metrics to validate a model, I'm advocating that we need start to thinking about some metrics that take into account our specificities or regional specificities. And it's the conclusion of my talk that we start to think locally, but at the same time take advantage of the global consolidated knowledge that we have about their complex systems and our topologies. And I think that it converges with the conclusion of André, that we need to advance more the intersection of the human knowledge and human loop with the probabilistic knowledge that is the foundation of the most of the AI models that are used broadly now. And that's I just put here more one time the marketing of the GRAIN, or research group, composed by me, Claudio, and Santiago. And one of our research one topic that we have interest in is just related to this when we try to mitigate the energy consumption of the models, because we are thinking about green AI. But when we apply quantization, pruning, these kinds of techniques to mitigate the energy consumption of the models, how this impacts on the bias that is generated by these models. Is that? Thank you.
Time for like 2 small questions. Either to André, either to Leopoldo. Someone has questions, things you wanted to answer, reflexes about the talk.
I have a question in the chat.
Okay.
Hello, André. Could you elaborate on the data decolonization concept?
Who is the one that's asked?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Leopoldo has said better about the colonization in ratio of me. I think the question of coloniality or colonization is a question emerged in 1980 and is attached with the dependence theory. Is the question that there is not only dependence, but also a coloniality phenomenon. What is coloniality phenomenon? Is the phenomenon, Leopoldo have said, the phenomenon, the coloniality of power and knowledge, not only in a economic and technological dependence, but a cultural and epistemic dependence. The institutions in Global South are institutions that reproduce the patterns, the cultural patterns, the power patterns imported
from global south. So the question of coloniality is the question of the reproduction of epistemic patterns. And so decoloniality, the colonization of data. This question, Kudri said about it, images. The question is that there are the three phases of deafness. I'm sad about it, and the decolonization is a process. A response, they protect the life of the process, the colonization process, and also they respond creatively from alternative ways of life and alternative ways of making technologies. I think Leopold has said about it. Leopold, some questions about
The colonization. I think it's directly related to the epistemic question, right? Not just related to the artifact that's used to interact with the reality, to collect the data, to store the data, but it's related to the way that you interpret the data.
Mm-hmm. In this sense, decolonization is related to assume to get the question of thinking as territorial and local thinking. But it's not a relativism. I think there is a problem in some forms, some modes of decolonization, thinking, postmodernism. I don't like it. Leopoldo don't like it. Too, it's terrible. The question is not this. The question is make a creative form, they produce ways of life with an incorporation of technologies, knowledge from global north. It's not a problem, but appropriation, a creative appropriation, and autonomous appropriation. In this sense, we are Latin Americans, I think,
Most.
all. And Latin America is a territory, a geocultural territory, strong to make it, because Latin America is an experiência de creolidade, or the anthropophagy, the incorporation of of all the world, and this is the question, decoloniality, not a passive reproduction of forms, patterns, and technologies, but a creative form of observation, all the world, and creation with a conscience of autonomous and conditions of territory and forms of life, ways of life.
For us, decolonization implies the postmodernist assumption that there is no ground truth, but the assumption that there are many ways to approximate themselves from this ground truth, and we need to find the best way for us to make this approximation.
Thank you. I have another question, Dr. Gomes, please.
Yeah. Congratulations for the presentations. That's a very interesting subject. But I have a provocative question. Well, in some areas, for instance, the influence of the Portuguese language caused by the bigger amount of data content produced in Brazil than compared with Portugal. Do this causes a kind of bounce back of colonialism, at least in the language. Since the greatest part of users of social media platforms are in colonialized countries like Brazil, Indonesia, India, Mexico, and since the algorithms learn from this, the data produced and the amount of data produced in these countries is greater than in the north, as you see. The question is, do you think that it's possible reverse influence from south to north caused at least in the social media algorithms or in the in sociological behaviors, as you said, caused by this amount? In other words, do you think it's possible a bounce back in the data colonialism caused by the amount of data generated in the south?
Extending more your question, we have, for example, I will answer this question, but before this, I will try to extend this. Because when we're thinking about using AI, restricting ourselves to AI reflection, when we apply AI to make inference to take decisions based on this data, we are thinking about not just within the data itself, but data plus the model that will make the inference. And when we think that now we have developed very advanced ways to perform transfer learning, for example, when we make transfer learning to take advantage of the previous trained model for specialized GIS for a new task, what the models that we using to perform transfer learning? We using CNN, we using transformers, we using LSTM, we using GRU. All of them were created on the global north. It's very important for us to consider it, because even in Portugal, guys start to using a corpora provided by Portuguese literature to train the chatbot. We need to consider that the model that we perform this inference on this data, the license will probably it will a model that was created in the global north, and it pinpoints the points of their colonies. But when we're thinking about thinking locally and create local situations for create knowledge and create local models and these kinds of things, it's not restricted for us, for the global south. These kinds of things not restricted for Latin America thinkers. I think that it's necessary for all of us, because each region have their own background and the problem have a lot of specifics. For example, thinking about the events, the extreme weather events, for example. When we're thinking about the environmental variables change a lot, and the importance of specific environmental variables change a lot from short distances. We have microclimate regions, and even including inside just one city, we have a lot of zones of interest in that need to take separately and considering separately for create the best models for making inference there. And I think that if I understand your question is related to the great amount of data, for example, that's produced related to the Portuguese language, it can affect the models, for example, in Portugal that's situated in the global north. And I think that we need to pay attention in these 2 points. Despite that we use data provided by our country or our area or region, we need to pay attention that the facts that probably you make your model using a previously trained model, and this model, the topology of this model, architecture of this model was created considering a specific data. And probably it's not the same data that we use for training our specific models. And at the same time, I think that when we specialize the model, when have the possibility to achieve the most specialized model, better than this.
Guys, we have time for one last question because lunchtime. Professor Aldo, please.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the nice presentation. I just was curious because somehow the topic resembles me some similar ideas that came more from the medical area. I don't know if you're aware of those, but in medicine related to AI, there is this trend which is called fairness, which is trying to make some justice on data, right? Because research centers like here in Brazil, the Albert Einstein Hospital is interested from the industrial side, not societal, let's say, but more populational data, to make some more fair predictions related to population regarding spread of diseases, or trying to infer some data based on images like tumors, cancer, etc., right? So there are some tools, actually some software tools. I know one in Python. We have also this fairness tool that you can use, and on the engineering point, we have some methodologies. So before data processing, inside the process, and post-processing as well. So there is some kind of tools that is trying to balance the classic balance data in training, even using pre-trained models. Right? So the question is, I don't know if you are trying to build on top of this, or it's a new trend completely for demographic or societal applications. Thank you.
First I will try to answer your question, and after you try to generalize it just more. For example, I'm not using two specific models for medical diagnostics, but for epidemiological inference, I'm using it. And I think that there's a lot of relationship between both these fields. And for example, in epidemiological data, thinking about, for example, the impact of the climate change have on epidemics. When thinking about the environmental variables that are responsible for increases or decreases the weighting of a specific zoonosis vector in an epidemiological scenario, the weight of these environmental variables, or even of the economic variables, because economic variables have impacts on demography, and demography will cause a lot of waves of the changes in the epidemiological behavior of specific disease. The way that these economical variables or demographic variables or even the climate variables will impact on targets, or epidemiological targets, will change depending on the area. And for example, if you apply a specific framework that works for improving the capacity of a specific model in a specific region, we don't have any guarantee that you stay improving our specific model in our specific scenario, because the weighting of the correlation of these variables will change, depends on the region. And in the specific question that you raised, for example, related to the imbalancements that we have in these diagnostic data sets, I think that's more than imbalance that we have on the data sets. I think that's we have a dangerous situation that a specific class, for example, despite that it have more or less sample inside the data set, I think that one specific class can have a totally different semantics, a totally different meaning depending, for example, the region. Not that disease is different, not that diseases causes different impacts on the body, because I'm not specialist in this, but I think that not think just in the medical question, medical domain, but I think in a generic domain, I think that it depends on the region, the classes that we need to create can change completely. Because of this, there's a lot of solutions involved self-supervised learning, for example, currently that are in considering more the using of the clustering techniques to cluster the domain, then using the previous labeled classes, because it's turning the data set more fitable for a specific scenario. But more than this, including the criteria that we use to perform the clustering is just biased by a lot of evidence on literature, but where's the literature was produced? And it's a very subtle question. The lots of the bias that we have in our way of the thinking of the face the problems. It's our provocation. The needs of the thinking that way think the things. It is the problem. It's more related to the need to structure the knowledge considering specificities of the domain, but more than the domain, more than the data, more than the model, but the when the model is applied.
Thank you. I would like to thank André and Leopoldo for a very interesting panel. Thank you very much. Let us... Thanks. Nice to talk to you, André. Really pleasure to have you here. Leopoldo, always great. Guys, we have to make a break. We are midday and a half. So we, instead of starting 1 o'clock, we start 1:20. Okay, so we are trying to move. In this afternoon, we have the two paper sessions, 1 coffee break,
E tem que aumentar para os online.
Não, já sei.
Eu estava passando aqui, acho que está tendo algum tipo de... Tá dando
Não, o que
microfone
vai
ruim.
acontecer? Vai ter algumas pessoas que vão falar online. Aí sai aqui. Aí a gente testou antes do almoço. Voltou agora. Ele resolveu dar microfonia. Tirou?
Oi?
Tirou?
Você, né?
Cláudio.
Luca, é Luca.
Tirou o áudio? Vou
Oi.
aumentar aqui para testar.
Ele estava perguntando que horas são.
Perdão, que eu tava com fone, eu não escutei. É isso
Show
aí.
de bola, tá tranquilo.
Esses todos são autores, né?
Aham.
Só um instantinho agora. Pode ir. Guys, we will start the second part of the day. We will start with the first session of papers. We will have 3 papers in this first session. So one of the authors of this session is not here. So we had a little bit of delay, but we still keep like 20 minutes, 15 for presentation and 5 for questions. Pablo will be our host for this session. Then Aldo will be the host for the second session. Okay? All the authors that already have the PDF on the computer are okay. I'll just ask them to change it. So you can go. And Aldo and Pablo, please. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, it's the first paper session. I'd like to invite Luca to present the paper called Aerial Object Detection with Computer Vision, an analysis of the YOLO architecture for surveillance and aviation application. The authors are Lucas, Débora, Leandra, and Aldo. You can start.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So my name is Luca, and I'm undergraduate for computer science at Federal University of Goiás. So my title of my article is basically Aerial Object Detection with Computer Vision and Analysis of YOLO Architecture, Surveillance, and Aviation Applications. So the first one, I will talk about my the general aspect of my work. So aerial object detection with YOLO, and putting in context, I will talk about the aerial object detection is crucial for aviation, surveillance, and environmental monitoring. So, and recent advances in computer vision and deep learning revolutionizes this field. So, in the side, we have an example how works the YOLO architecture. So, it's works like a human eye, and you can see the image, identify which object is. Like in this example, we have a bounding box around of the objects, like this dog, bicycle, and the car. This works like a human eye to identify which object is, and this is the focus of my work, specifically in aviation, in surveillance. So the focus of the study is application of the YOLO V8 architecture for detecting aerial objects like airplanes, drones, helicopters, and evaluation on the various conditions addressing challenges like class, imbalance, and adverse capture environments. So we have the 3 objectives, 3 mainly objectives. Evaluate YOLO V8 performance. It's like access, the accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. It's like a metrics for our work. And offer object detection. And analyze the model's ability to generalize across varying capture conditions. Also, it's like different conditions in the background, the source that I take the picture, for example, or the video. And the second one is about the address challenge data. Investigate the issues like class imbalancing and limited data diversity, and study the impact of environmental variables like lighting, angles, altitudes. All these things is important to decide. And the last one is about the delivery insights, provide recommendation for improving detection in aviation and surveillance applications. And the last is the suggest future research direction for robust aerial object recognition systems. So telling about the overview, which and why we choose about the YOLO, you want to look once. We studied about the traditional methods like rely on technique like edge detection, template matching. It's like old algorithms like hard cascades on that, and struggling with complex scenarios like various sizes, angles, and environments. It's important because they always the best accuracy when we studied about that. but have other options like about the deep learning revolution, like faster RCNN. It's a good accuracy, but computationally it's expensive. And SSD, single shot detector, who balance the speed and accuracy, and that I choose this specific architecture, YOLO. You want to look once. It's good because we can unify the data and real-time object detection, direct prediction of bounding box and class probabilities. So it's so good to understand all the identify all the things and the objects it's inside of the picture in one pass through the architecture. So here we have the picture of this architecture, specifically about the YOLO. So it's been based about the YOLO v3, about the YOLO v8, and based about this architecture. So the first step here in the purple color, we have residual blocks. It's like it's important to improve ideas of residual connections. So we can jump like the 36th layer, for example. If this number is it's up of the layer, it's about the number of this layer. So it's important to improve ideas of residual connection, the library of HasNet, and it's important too to use skip connection to jump to another layers. Like you can see here in the concatenation layer, for example, the circle here. It's about the when we use it to jump to another layer, like it happened here in the 36 layer, for example, jump for the final of the architecture, for example. So it's so much important to improve and be the data of the images, for example. So this concatenation layer is important to combine information from different layers to integrate features, extract and verifying resolutions. Here we have in the orange, for example, about the detection layer. It's important because in this architecture specifically, we have specifically these 3 images about the dog and 3 different resolutions of these images. So in the first one, we have the 32 strides. It's like important to identify, for example, biggest objects. The second one, the 16 strides, is important to understand the medium objects and improving about that, like this logic. The last one is about it's important to identify smallest objects in the 80 stride. And these 3 different scales. And this part of detection layer appears in different positions of this architecture. So the YOLO architecture advances is about the features. When talking about the features specifically, it's important to improve feature extraction of detecting small and varied objects, optimize it for real-time application with the better precision and efficiency. And the last one about the features initial model, focus on speed with single regression. And the second point is about the application array detection. To array object detection, like helicopters, drones, and airplanes. I will tell about that in the next slides with my data set that I choose. And the second is promising results in diverse data sets, but challenges remain under diverse conditions. So specifically telling about the methodology. So we choose 2 mainly data sets about combining this both and combine it up and I find this data set specifically in the Kaggle is a public data set. So the first one is about the 40 classes flying object YOLO V8. It's like helicopter, fighter jets, commercial airplanes, and drones. But it's 40 because we have here another models of fighter jets from like the military condition, the military airplane, for example. So we have here 40 different classes about the name and the model of this airplane. So I'm normalizing this in each one, and I choose one is like an airplane. I'm generalizing these 40 classes, and I keep the commercial airplanes, drones, and helicopters. And the second one is more general. So the our object detection with YOLO V8 is another data set, public data set, and I use to capture diverse contexts. These data sets have the backgrounds more rich with the another situations, backgrounds, and sources. So the final data set, when I measure these both data sets, I take the 22,700 images, measured, normalized, and balanced through the data augmentation. And the model configuration that I put inside the YOLO training is about the parameters like 35 35 epochs, batch size of 16, image resizing imagine 22,000 pixels. And the augmentation, I put the rotation, scaling, and flipping to make more rich when I put this data set to train inside my algorithm. So the trains data set, I use the pattern that we use to train is like 70% to training, 20% to validation, and 10% to testing. It's important to performance monitor using metrics like accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. So here we have the results. The results is so much important to see that we have so many different situations. Like here, I rotate the image, for example, and it's able to identify which object is an airplane. So I take the small images for identify drones. In this case here, we have so many airplanes and aircrafts to identify in the same image. So my algorithm is able to identify which object is and how many objects is inside this image. So we have non-real object. We have, for example, smallest objects with the background is so a little dirty, like the sky is so cloudy and the night, for example, this case here. This case is here, for example, it's so darkness. So inside these results, we can improve so much different background, different sources about the different situation of the objects that I choose. So we have here the metrics with the precision, recall, map 50 and map 5095. So in this case here, we have the bullet, the blue points, the blue dots, for example, here. And it's in precision, in this case, like one that is so high because in this case specifically, I have the data set and have the data set improved to combining it so different situations. So we have here, for example, in the data set, we have so many images with 3 or 4 airplanes, for example, and here don't have so much images in this case, for example, in the dark, so have a little, it's a little tough to understand to different situations like the airplane, for example, it's black and the background is dark, for example. So we have the recall, the map 50 and map 5095. So telling about a little about the take-home messages, we have the strengths of YOLO V8, real-time capability, improved architecture that I said, limitations like class imbalances, generation challenges, hardware constraints, struggle under diverse capture conditions like lighting, angles, altitude, and improvements. Data augmentation, more robust methods to mitigate class imbalance, diverse data sets, like I said, merge 2 different data sets and normalizing the data, and diversity training techniques using obviously YOLO. And the future work is promising for controlled application in aviation and serverless. The second one is a refinement for real world. Mission critical deployment is a good point because yesterday in the tutorials we had a lesson with the professor who show us the situations about the satellites, for example, and the radar. And I imagine if put, for example, this algorithm to run and identify to improve and combine these data sets, for example, and to confirm the object. So it's important because the professor show us to how they're working, and you can improve like this project, like that project. So that's it. Special thanks for Seiya, Funapi, and Brapi, and of course my home is Federal University of Goiás. And this is my email. It's an important point to say is this research was conducted under the Scientific Initiation Program. So I am undergraduated at the Federal University of Goiás. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
I just break the metrics down into classes to analyze how the precision recall behaves for each class.
Yeah. It's telling about the metrics that I have. Okay. So hidden metrics, we can see it's a little tough to identify some things. We can see working, but in another cases, the classes and the metrics is not work as well. It's because this data set was challenging. So because I measured the data set, so many annotations when I measured these data sets happened this some specific situations, like for example this situation here don't have so many images. So when I put to validate this, sometimes we don't work well. Other thing as well happened to I put this algorithm to run in local computer. So I was have trouble with the Google Colab, so I put this to run inside my personal computer, and I needed to reduce the configuration about the epochs, about the resolution. So this impacts this form about these metrics. Okay.
Any performance reduction in performance for the small objects?
Yeah. If you understand, so you asking me about to identify small objects. Yeah, it's able to detect small objects, so, but sometimes like that, but sometimes it's hard. In this case, I put these small objects that work, but not all the data sets about the for example they have some other objects. It's able to understand and to identify. Yeah, thank you too. Another question?
Questions? I have one.
Okay.
So, did you say that you have an imbalanced data set, right?
Yeah.
So, did you consider to use another metric that can deal with the imbalanced data set, such as MCC, Matthew Correlation Coefficient?
Yeah, I started to study another ways to improve my algorithm and my program, but it was a challenge. So when I try to do that, sometimes I can't be able to put in this situation, because the two different data sets is not the format of the YOLO, for example. So sometimes I need to make a notation for any so much images, for example, and sometimes it's hard to understand and put this inside my algorithm. So I try to choose different A's about another algorithms, for example. But in this case, it's the best way that I can put inside my project.
Okay. So,
thank you very much for everybody. That's it.
o Júlio agora. So, the second work is called Uncovering AIS Spoofing, a method using trajectory prediction and classification. The authors are Júlio César, Rosa Leão, and Pablo Rangel. Please, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Júlio César, and I'm a master's degree student from COP on UFRJ. And I'm here to talk about our work named Uncovering AIS Spoofing, a method using trajectory prediction and classification. Yes. So I'll start my presentation with an introduction. Then I will define the problem and speak about our methodology and the data set we use, talk about our results, and then conclusion and future work. So the AIS system is widely used for monitoring system, and but it's having many problems like missing data because failure in communication, and it's a system that the crew of the vessel can change the information that he sends. So it's not a trusted information that we collect with this data. And sometimes it was identified that some vessels that will make illegal things can turn off the AIS or change your identification to this monitoring system, don't identify who are the vessel. So this work have an objective to develop a system to identify the full trajectory of a vessel that have changed your identification. So imagine a vessel that is sailing, and the crew of the vessel turn off the AES system, and the monitoring system can't know where is the vessel. So sometime later, this same vessel turn on the AIS system with another identification. In this case, like in this imagine, we don't know which of the trajectories 2, 3, or 4 is the continuation of the trajectory of the vessel 1. So our proposed solution is a two-step solution. The first step is to make a forward prediction and a backward prediction. A forward prediction for the trajectory of the vessel 1 in case of this imagine, and a backward prediction for the trajectories of the vessels 2, 3, and 4. And the second step is to use a classifier to try to identify which of these predicted trajectories can be the same trajectory as the predicted of the trajectory 1. So this work focused only on the first stage of the solution, to predict the trajectory. The second stage will be done in the future works. So to do this first step of solution, we use a deep learning model named Transformer. It's based on transformer layers. And you use the same architecture to make a prediction forward and backward, but it's different models. So we use 5 data sets, and we have a total of 10 models trained. On the first data set we used was collected on the Denmark region. It is the same data set that was used on the paper that proposed the architecture we use. The second data set was collected here near Port of Santos in Brazil. It was collected by the Brazilian Navy. And the third data set was collected on Gulf of Mexico, and it was published by the organization Marine Cadastre. It's a governmental organization for North America. And we try to change the characteristics from the data set to test the robustness and the result for these models. And we make some pre-processing like data querying, and we filter it by cargo and tank vessels only. And we make interpolation to fix the sampling rate for the data. We can see here that the data set 2 and 3 are both from Brazilian data set, but they have with the sampling rate different sampling rates. They are exactly the same, that they have this exactly the same trajectories, but our architecture have an input of 112 samples of the trajectory. So for the sampling rate of 5 minutes, the trajectories were split to enter on the architecture using. The start prediction column shows the time that for the trajectory used to start make predictions. So the only data set with a different start prediction is the data set 5. And I will show that on the results it's making difference. These are the areas that the data was collected. You can see that the first the Denmark region is a complex navigation area because there are many islands and difficult trajectories that the vessel have to do. The second here, the Brazil data set is an open sea, so it's an easy area for sailing. And here on Gulf of Mexico is also a complex area, but for this data set, we have a big amount of data. So the results. To measure the results we have, I used the average distance error between the predicted trajectory and the original trajectory. And these are the errors curves for the forward prediction and the backward prediction. As you can see, the two curves have the same behavior. So everything I will say for the forward prediction can be applied for the backward prediction. When we compare the result for dataset 2 and 3, as they are the same dataset, we can, but they have the only difference between them is the sampling rate. We can conclude that the sampling rate influences on the accuracy of the model. And we compare the dataset 1 with dataset 2, they have the same sampling rate. And the dataset 1 has more trajectories, more data to the model learning. So we expected that the result for the dataset 1 would be better than for the dataset 2. And it's true for the short-term prediction. You can see that 1 hour prediction, the result was better than for the dataset 2. But for long-term predictions, the result for dataset 1 starts to be worse. We conclude that it's because of the complexity of the navigation on the region that the data was collected. And we can note that the dataset 4 and 5 had the better results comparing with the all other datasets because they have much more data. It's 1 year of data. But comparing the 4 with the 5, we can see that it's having a difference. Our architecture has, as I say, 120 samples from input. For the sampling rate of these two data sets, it means that is 4 hours of trajectory input. The dataset 4 starts to make predictions after a 3 hours trajectory. So after 1 hour of prediction, the system starts to remove the true data and put predicted data on the system. And the dataset 5 it starts to make predictions after 2 hours of trajectory. So this phenomenon only starts to occur after 2 hours of prediction. So we think that this results in this difference of the results. Mining for long-term predictions, this makes difference. So this is the box plot for the result for dataset 1 and dataset 5. It's on a logarithmic scale. And we can see that not only the average error is better, but the variance of the error is better, is also better. And we can note here that the median error is always better than the mean. Like here we have 0.39, and here we have a 0.68. So the median is always lower than the mean, and have a lot of outliers, because these outliers are error predictions, big errors predictions. So with this, you conclude that there are some factors that impact the model's accuracy. The sampling frequency. So the lower sampling frequency results on better accuracy for the model. Regional difference impacts on the model. So regions that the sailing is more complex, the performance of the model goes down. Model's limitation, volume of the data available, it's normal on this kind of model. And the model's limitation, because of the input size limit of the model, the initial trajectory size, the impacts the accuracy of prediction. And the contribution of this work is the analysis of the transformer architecture, performance, and robustness in different scenarios. So for future work, is the second step of the solution we proposed. And for reach this objective, we need to create a label data set using pairs of trajectories, one trajectory with forward prediction and other with backward prediction, and then train classification algorithms to try to identify which of these pairs are from the same vessel and which are not from the same vessel, and then try to improve this prediction focused on the long-term forecasts. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions?
Hi, Julio. Thanks for your presentation. Congratulations. I have a question about did you measure the accuracy of the model with the lag of time that you lose the detection of the AIS? I mean, you have a first course and a second course, and you have a lag of time between them. Which time of this lag influence the accuracy of the model, and how does this influence? Did you measure this?
I don't think, I don't know if I understood, but this sample rate, this sampling rate are near the rate of the data that you receive from the IS. So for the data set in Brazil, the rate of the data was about 6 or 7 minutes. So we did the interpolation to fix the timing of the data. And the Gulf of Mexico, it was a data with 1 minute sampling. And we did the interpolation to fix the sampling data.
But you chose one trajectory, split in two trajectories, right? And try to see
When,
if they fit, if they match, right?
mm,
So I believe he's
Your training data, you pick the one trajectory and split it in two trajectories.
in,
Try to fit them in the same trajectory with the model.
no, no.
And if fit it, is there a time of lag in between them, the first and the second trajectory, the anterior posterior trajectory?
I don't understand what's
Ele
the.
está perguntando se você, quando dividiu a rota em duas, você não fez isso para dividir a rota em duas para fazer a extrapolação e interpolação? Para fazer a extrapolação
No.
para trás e para frente? Como é que você fez?
No, I do the forecast with. I get one trajectory. Yeah, I get the first 3 hours of the trajectory, and make prediction forward. Okay, and is this. Okay, então I fixed it. So I fixed the sampling rate and make the prediction.
Thank you for the presentation. So you're just doing the first stage, just doing forecasting before trying to match disconnected trajectories.
Yes.
Right? And I'm a bit curious, how do you feed the network with the trajectories? How do we encode the trajectory to feed the network, the model?
So we get the trajectory, the IS sampling. We have latitude and longitude, and the speed and the direction. So we get these samples, 3 hours of samples, and put into the neural network.
Activate the position, the encoded position.
Yeah, the position.
Another question, as far as understood from your results, the data sets 4 and 5 performs better since you have more samples. That's your hypothesis. Right?
Yes. It's you can see that that's 4 and 5 you have more trajectories for to this model to learn, and we have the sample rate, a little sample rate that is 2 minutes. We in this case we try to get the best result for the models.
Don't you think that the more complex scenario with more constrained trajectories by those, that complex scenario helps the model to predict the behavior of the, in contrast with an open sea scenario, the vessels can do anything. In that scenario, they are more constrained by the location,
No, you were talking about the what area, the Denmark area or the Gulf of Mexico?
I understand that the Denmark is more complex, and then
Yes.
the open sea is more easy.
Yes. It's because these areas, it's in Gulf of Mexico, for example, we have so many ports here. So the vessel can enter here and go for any place here, and can go down and can go for it's a complex movement for the
But the model is performing better.
but because we have more data, it's a 1 year of data, and the other is 3 months of data. So good.
No questions? Okay, thank you. Um, I believe, let me see, Vinicius or Carla is here. Okay.
Okay, so let's continue with paper session 2. We have here three papers that will be presented on site. The first one is orbit estimation in small LEO satellites, application and comparison of Kalman filters by Deborah and Aldo. Next one is RITA, automatic framework for designing of resilient IoT application by Luis Eduardo. Okay. And next one will be optimizing sensor allocation in wireless sensor networks using multicentrality heuristics by Rafael Schneider. Rafael is here. Okay, great. Yes, so we will start with the first one, which is orbit estimation in small LEO satellites, application and comparison of Kalman filters.
Do I have to use this?
Yeah, you need to.
Okay. Sorry? Yes. Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is Deborah. I am also an undergraduate student at Federal University of Goiás. This is research that it was done in the Scientific Initiation Program, and it's about orbit estimation in small LEO satellites, application comparison of common filters. Well, about 2 years ago, I joined the aerospace research group at the university, where were engaged in a project to construct from scratch a small satellite, a CubeSat, that it have about 1 kilogram and 10 centimeters per face. The specifications was that it has to be operational range of low Earth orbit, where the objects are located below 2000 km, so the object would be exposed to the atmospherical drag, the radiation pressure, and the gravity, and we would have limited space and resources. My job was to develop the orbit estimator, and I started it having two ideas in my mind: that it should be as simple as possible, and that I would use a disturbance model approach. So first part of the process, the dataset. We noticed that it would be a burden to keep asking people until our satellite is not launched to give us access to the data. So why not make our data ourselves? Because of this, we found this site, Cellestrack. It's a public database that have the two-line elements of almost every single satellite that is already launched in the orbit. And the two-line elements, it's a description of the features of the orbit. With them, we can propagate them to determine position and velocity using the SGP4 library in Python. And using a time interval, you can choose the time interval. We choose it like 90 minutes orbit with 10-second steps. The acceleration was derived from velocity and from gravity Newton's law, the acceleration of the satellite. Considering that the data set from the Cellestrack is already filtered, we need to insert noise in this so it can be closest as possible to reality. We used the accelerometer, the gyroscope, and the GPS. We didn't use a magnetometer because it was already reserved to study the AMOS and the payload of the mission. For the accelerometer, we used the Gaussian noise, drift and bias based on MPU 6050, that is the model of our sensor. We calculated from velocity the data of the gyroscope, and his noise, bias, and drift was similar to the accelerometer. For GPS, we used a Gaussian noise of 3 meters. Now the dynamical model, as I said before, it is inspired in a stir-based model approach. We used the Earth gravity, the atmospheric drag, and solar radiation pressure. This equation is a simplified model of what it really is. All the maths, it's more explained in my paper. Also, it's important to say that all the codes are also available in GitHub. The link is on the paper.
Just a simple.
Just a second. Testing, 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 testing. No. Tá saindo?
Sim.
which are monitoring, detection, protection. It
to do that, we need to find during the design phase what are the main parts of our system that could be attacked. And these most vulnerable parts, we call them ICOs. They are the IoT critical objects. And this circle that I created, which, well, I could have used, well, some more darker tones. It's not so good on the projection. But the idea is that we used, well, let me just explain. Well, in the first phase, when we are designing an IoT system, we need to identify these objects, and the way that is regularly performed is to have a specialist read the requirements, the user stories, and then the other documents that specify the system to find from them what we need to worry about. And that performance, that way of working is much error prone and it's error prone because when we use a human to do that, we end up having a way of work that will make the conclusion of that analysis prone to the experiences of the specialist doing that work. So we end up having a system that, depending on who is making the analysis, that person may conclude that a given element should be taken into account. And when that person talks with another, maybe that's not the case. And the idea of our project is to standardize that process and create a tool that allows us to do exactly that. And that's our framework. So among the caveats of ICO identification, we can mention that if a specialist reads the requirements, user stories, and so on, and the text of a given element should be taken into consideration, but it shouldn't, then we are wasting time and maybe even resources to find ways to mitigate the threats that could affect that element. So maybe we are saying a given sensor is essential to the performance of our system, and since that sensor was deemed essential, now we are maybe adding redundant sensors to mitigate the possibility that that specific sensor may come to failure. So that's a possibility. And on the other end, if someone does not diagnose that a given element is critical to the working of our system, we end up with a vulnerability. So today there is no standard method to do that, and that's what we are solving here. So that's our proposition. So next slide. Okay, so this is our architecture, and we have three main components. The first component up there, okay. So well, the first component, in blue, is used for the automatic identification of the IoT critical objects, and we use a named entity recognition model that was trained on a data set that we built and performs the identification. The framework itself is fed with text. So we have storylines, user stories, functional requirements. I'm going to show how the interface is in the, I think, next slide. So you see how I built it. We have actually a web interface to interact with it. So we feed it these texts. We have the name identity recognition model making the identification for us. And then we relate the output of the named entity recognition with a threats database. So given that we identify an IoT critical object, we can associate it with the main threats that were found in the literature. That's basically it. And then in the next step, given that we have the threats, we can choose methods of mitigation for that given threat, and with that, make our system more resilient. Okay? So the output of our framework will be a report with our given choices when it comes to mitigation strategies and threats related to the IoT critical objects identified. So that's it. We have as our contributions in this work, we have a large-sized data set. We could not find any data set that had the categories we needed to identify. It's a very niche category since we are dealing with the building of IoT systems. And so we built it ourselves. We have a relational database containing 97 examples of countermeasures, 138 registered threats, and 7 ICO categorizations. And the NER model was a fine-tuned Roberta model. And we chose this one because it was seen in a previous work that compared 5 different models, that this one in particular had the best performance when identifying IoT critical objects. So the RITA framework has some advantages, as we will see. In this work, we compare what we did with ChatGPT, and we did that because, well, if you have a tool such as ChatGPT that can be used, well, even freely, why bother, right? Why bother if we can maybe input our texts, as I said, in that tool and have it identify for us all the objects? Why would we do a framework for that if there is a tool that exists that might do that? So we do a comparison with ChatGPT to try to analyze the performance of our framework against it. So, well, some of the advantages of our framework are that, well, it can be used offline. Actually, our GitHub has all the code needed, so you can download it. You can download the trained model, and we have some bash scripts which you can run, and in a few minutes you can have the backend, the database, you can have the web interface all ready for you to use in your so our framework will not have these variants. So there's that, and there's no paywall. So, well, you're going to run it in your machine. It's a technology that's well, does not phone home per se. So you know that if you have a security critical enterprise, you're not sharing your knowledge with anybody. So there's that too, and that's it. Okay, so, well, here we can see the interface. The idea was that we would have something that looks like a little bit like the experience that we would have with Google. So we would have like a big text box where we can insert our text and press find my critical objects, and that's it. That should be simple. I haven't shown the whole web interface. You can actually browse IoT critical objects, browse threats and countermeasure definitions. We have a whole interface which you can use only to browse definitions. So, well, in this example, we have a phrase. The A3144E Hall effect sensor switch is used in the smart garage door opener, which allows you to open and close the garage door remotely. Okay. So it found the switch as an actuator, and in the interface, well, the projection is not as good as I'd like, but the idea is that the framework itself might, well, not be perfect, of course, so you can press add a critical object, and you can browse from a list and add other critical objects as you see fit. And for each one of them, on the right side, you can add an RCM, a resilient countermeasure, which then opens a panel so that you can select what you wish. In this case, we have a threat which is tampering with the switch, and we have a resilient countermeasure chosen, which I'm not sure if you can read from there, but it reads intrusion detection system. So we have that. And the idea is that you can input your text and build your architecture based on this information. So this is an example of report, and the idea is that we are going to have the IoT critical object. We are going to have the threats and the countermeasure chosen to mitigate a given threat. That's basically it. All right, our technical approach. So we use the framework Spacey to fine-tune our Roberta model. Well, for the fine-tuning, we use a classical approach, splitting our dataset on a 30% for test and 70% to train. And to evaluate against ChatGPT, we took 300 phrases from the test dataset, and we used a few-shot approach to feed ChatGPT and force it to answer us with well-formatted data, basically, so that we could have, okay, so that's basically it. So we have the input, the output, our distribution, okay, the empirical online dictionaries. So okay, these were the approaches used to build the data set, and these were our results. We basically outperformed ChatGPT in 4 out of the 7 IoT critical object categories with our fine-tuned model. That's it. And that's it on our conclusion. We have a fine-tuned Roberta model with competitive results. We mitigated internet dependency, data privacy, and output consistency. And that's it. We think that RITA is a step forward in the resilient IoT system design domain. Many thanks.
Thank you. Jose, do you have any questions? Yes, please.
Yeah. As far as I understand, your model, your framework, choose the critical sensors, the critical
objects.
But one point that I really didn't understand, in IoT sensors, generally, how critical is the information that's provided by the sensor is reflected in the QoS, the quality of service that you transmit that information. Does the model define this QoS? For instance, some logical information you can lose. Some other you can receive once.
Yes.
And some other doesn't mind if you lose. This kind of thing is modal.
It's kind of nuance, right?
Belongs to your model.
Yeah. Well, to answer that question, when we are designing IoT critical objects, we mainly have 3 steps. Well, the first one being the identification of the objects, and then we have to proceed finding the ways that they can be attacked and how to solve that. The decision as if a given sensor or any other device that is part of our architecture to be, well, more or less critical will not reside within our framework, but for that we will need, well, a person to say, well, how worried we should be with that given sensor. If that is absolutely necessary for the operation and the quality of our service, we should maybe add more mitigation strategy. So if the sensor data is critical, we should add redundancy. We should add sensor intrusion mechanisms. We should add any way to avoid that given part to be out of operation. And So for that, we would still need a person making that decision.
Okay, so we don't have more time for more questions, but thank you very much, Luis, for this nice and inspiring talk. And if I recall correctly, Claudio says that he promised at least that we will have some coffee break, but it won't be here, so I just suppose it will be just crossing the door. So please. We have one more presentation, please. Só estava vendo aqui o cronograma, às 3 da tarde, coffee break. Acho que atrasou um pouquinho isso.
Está.
Testando. Hello, good afternoon. Okay.
Okay, so the next talk is optimizing sensor allocation in wireless sensor networks using multicentrality heuristics.
Good afternoon for everybody. I would like to thank you to be here. It's a great opportunity. And I'm going to present this work that talk about wireless sensor networks. So first, we need to introduce the context of this kind of objects, networks of self-configuring devices that we are interested in collect, store, and transmit real-time data for applications. As you know, Internet of Things and its application are growing up, and because of this kind of, it's mine. Como é que eu volto?
Volta aqui embaixo. Decide voltar.
Sorry. And because of this growth of Internet of Things, and some application has used sensor, and this includes environment monitoring with measure of air quality and weather conditions, healthcare with remote patient monitoring and vital sign trackings, and smart homes and automation, helping lighting, security, and energy management. Okay, and now we delve into the core problem related to this kind of sensors, that is sensor allocation problem. It's a combinatorial optimization problem with complexity NP hard, so with large instances, it's difficult to resolve. And the objective is to minimize the total energy consumption. And we need to allocate the sensors, guaranteeing the coverage and the connectivity, and also looking for the energy constraints, and if it's reachable, the scalability of the solutions. Now we are going to talk about deployment and sensor configurations, which are fundamental for the understanding of this problem. And the sensor network is deployed over a flat area, so we have 2 dimensions. Each sensor operates in one of the 3 modes, X, Y, and Z. And the hop range refers to the distance that a sensor node needs to be from a synchronous sensor or a cluster head. In this case, we consider a sensor cluster nodes a sensor of type X. Okay, so it has a communication directly to the cluster head, and it's responsible to a data collection, send and receive data. Each operating mode corresponds to a specific power level. So in this table, we can illustrate all this kind of configurations: sensor of type X, Y, and Z, the respective power level and range hops, and the connection which sensor has. So this communication structure can be refined as a mathematical concept that we can define it as sensor neighborhoods. So naturally, you can
scene network as a graph, and sensor neighborhoods is a concept that will be used in mathematical formulations. Here I am illustrating a sensor neighborhoods of a sensor of
Okay. Each sensor that you allocate is always in a range of a sensor of type X. So this first constraint indicates this kind of coverage. And the second constraint indicates that each position would receive just one type of sensor. So these constraints was non-linear, so we can substitute for these linear constraints just using the auxiliary variable alpha ES. So that's the exact model. And our approach is contributing using the heuristic algorithm, considering multi-centralities to establish the allocation of the type of the sensor type X. So this is a key concept because sensor of type X coverage, it's important to coverage the network sensor. So we consider degree centrality, eigenvector centrality, and kite centrality. I will illustrate this heuristic. So you can start with the grid graph with dimension 5 plus 5, 5 plus time 5. And now we initialize it with a list of all candidates, considering all the vertex of the graph. We will establish the centrality, we will compute the centralities for all the nodes, and we will establish that the top 50% are selected to compose a list of candidates. So in this list, we are considering the original label for all the vertex and considering the decreasing order. And 50% in this case correspond to 3 vertex that are highlighted in blue, 6, 7, and 10. And we will choose one of them randomly. So in this case, the position 7 was chosen to be the sensor of type X. Okay. For the other positions, we will
coverage the area considering the type Y and Z. So we need to pay attention with the hop range and consider to allocate other sensors. So in the first neighborhoods, we are going to position the sensors of type Y. And for the second neighborhoods, type Z. So this is sufficient to cover all this area with 5 sensors in each dimension. Our computational experiment was conducted using Python and the simplex solver. And the network X library was used for graph manipulation, and we generated the instance for grid graphs with 3 to 70 vertex. Our time limit was set to 30.5 an hour. And to validate the heuristic approach, we considered to use these experiments comparing the mathematical formulation as a branch unbalanced X-scan, using our heuristic to provide a first solution, initial solution, that we call a warm start model. That's the first topic. WS consisting in a heuristic providing an initial solution for the branch bound X-scan. And the MILP with no initial solution was used to baseline to compare the results. So to illustrate how it works, we established that the heuristic will first consider one of the kind of the centralities, that's its cat centralities. So in the first solution, the first iteration, we establish a cost 46. We will update the cost in other solution. That's in iteration 5. We found a better cost, 45. So we changed the allocation, but we didn't change the centrality. This was the best cost for this centrality. So it's a multi-starter heuristic. So in the next centrality eigenvector, we could improve the solution to the cost 44. And that was the best solution of the heuristic. This kind of configuration, it's not optimal, but we found that heuristic, we construct a heuristic that always guarantees feasible solutions. And this is provided as a warm start, and the MILP use this to found the cost 37. So it's important to note that the sensor 9, the sensor X in position 9 was preserved, and we guarantee this good structure to the MILP. As results, we can found that the isolate effect of the heuristic provided warm starts, and it guarantees that this model with the initial solution always outcomes in the MILP. And it's important to note that in some cases, heuristic provide an initial solution so good that could be improved for the model. That's its instance in the class 20 to 30 and 58 to 70. It's also important to know that the MILP in several cases was surpassed by heuristic. So heuristic provided a solution better than MILP without initial solution. It's very interesting. And in particular for the last class, with large instance, MILP couldn't find even an initial solution that heuristic always performs. So these solutions wasn't optimal, and to try to guarantee optimal solutions, we enabled cutting planes in both strategies, and MILP run with all simplex parameters enabled, including also pre-processing heuristics, and we compare to the WS MILP just with cutting planes. And this graphic of time shows that we always found solutions fast using the heuristic comparing to commercial solver processing and heuristics. In for instance, in particular, the solve without initial solution couldn't find the optimal solution, but we, using heuristic as warm start, could found. And conclusions indicates that there is all of the solver to explore new regions, as we could see in the illustrate of the solution space. And the risk was able to find solutions in cases where milk failed to do special things in almost 20% of the large instances. In several cases, the risk alone generates solutions better than milk without any initial solution. And with guts and planes enabled, the WS milk continued to outperform milk in computational time and solution quality. Overall, integrating the risk is significantly enhanced the WS milk as performance. So for further works, we consider to integrate a reinforcement learning to refine our risk solutions, explore alternative graph topology for sensor allocations, and develop your risks tailored to specific graph structures. This is the knowledge and the references. Thanks.
Thank you, Rafael. Do we have questions?
Usually we deploy this wireless sensor network to perform some surveillance tasks in the region. And my question is, how do we plug this information from the surveillance task into your home?
From?
How do you plug the information from the surveillance task and the wireless sensor network is performing? Yeah, the function desired for the wireless sensor network. How do you plug this information into your framework, into your method, to not compromise the network task?
So, if I understand correctly, you are asking about these configurations here, right? How I put this information as input in the risk model.
You're assuming that sensors are all equal to the same thing, the same function. They prefer using energy to communicate with each other.
Yeah.
And, but in practice, we may be using sensors constantly uniform ways for calculation, maybe the regular area.
We always consider regular graphs, regular grids.
Let's say that you're tracking an object using these sensors, okay? And perhaps some sensors are more important to that task. Some sensors target the object is moving close to those sensors. How do you take that constraint into account when running your method?
Our cluster head is, in this case, is just a sensor allocated in a position that have a directly communication with the cluster head, with the sync nodes. And that is the type X. That is the treatment that we consider. I don't know if there is another sync nodes, another critical sensors.
In practical case, there are occlusions in the environment, so a regular distribution maybe not the best solution, but I think that's
perhaps the proximity between the sensor and the object itself might prevent you to use a different mode. So since the sensor is close to the object that you're trying to track, perhaps you need to keep the power level 4, which is have more capacity for that mode.
Yeah.
Just concerned about communication as far as
Yeah, we didn't look for context involving this kind of things. We just admit that regular graphs with involving the flat area, regular, and it's yes. But we will consider this kind of constraints. Yeah, for the next works. Thanks.
Any other questions? No? Okay, so thank you, Rafael.
Thank you.
And now finally we have the coffee break. Yes. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so thank you.
Trabalho.
Third school, a digital twin enhanced robotic scanner for non-invasive art conservation. Please start.
Good morning or afternoon. Good morning or afternoon, everyone. I am Alessio Disco, a master student at the University of Catania, and today I will be presenting our research, a digital twin enhanced robotic scanner for non-invasive art conservation. We live in a time in which technology is becoming increasingly intertwined with culture, offering solutions that not only preserve our heritage, but also help us to better understand its origin and restoration. Before we discuss our research, let me be clear about what I mean by heritage. Heritage can be anything, from a painting or statue to traditional dance or recipe. Our research focuses on artworks, objects that we have interest in scanning to have a digital representation augmented with details such as chemical analysis or physical structure. In this slide, I have included some of the most famous artworks worldwide, including the David, the Mona Lisa, the Botticelli Venus, and Caesar statue. These are examples of artworks that need to be preserved. They are unique, fragile, impossible to replicate, and they have an unmeasurable historical value. Our research focuses on the digital twin, a concept that is much more than just a virtual replica of the physical objects. A digital twin is an integrated multi-physics, multi-scale, multi-agent, probabilistic simulation of a complex product. It uses the best available physical model to mirror the life and behavior of its corresponding twin in the real life. We can think about it as like a digital lab where we can simulate, optimize, and even predict complex scenarios. In our case, the scanning system digital twin reproduces the robotic arm and sensor and integrates them into a virtual environment to optimize scan path and ensure total control over the process. By integrating the digital twin technology, we can provide different advantages. First, we can reduce error by predicting and correcting them inside the virtual environment, so eliminating them before they can occur in the real world. The system can be also controlled remotely at any time, allowing expert operators to take action when needed. We can also adapt quickly to any unexpected situation, guaranteeing precision even in most complex setups. Lastly, we can simulate an entire environment and also virtual artworks, so we can try new types of movement and scans without any risk. This approach allows us to analyze works like David or Mona Lisa through different types of artworks with minimal changes on our system. Then, what is our goal? Bring the digital twin innovation to the complex process of scanning and preserving artworks. We aim to propose you all a new scanning solution that consists of various advanced technologies integrated together with a digital twin environment, allowing simulation and optimization of the scanning process to generate both the detailed 3D scans and chemical analysis. Let's start talking about the technologies that we used on our system. First, we have the big boy, the UR10E. It's an industrial cobot developed by Universal Robot with 6 degrees of freedom that allow it to perform complex fluid movement with high precision. Moreover, it is mounted on a motorized rail to provide a greater ability on the x-axis. It can support up to 12 kg of payload, sufficient to accommodate scanning and analysis devices. And lastly, it can be controlled using the RTDA interface, a low-level communication operating at 500 Hz that allow script execution and remote control. Next, we have the Zivid 2 Plus M60, an high-definition industrial 3D camera designed to withstand extremely conditions. This device has a number of distinct features that make this an essential tool for our system. First, it can be used for both 2D and 3D application, making it have extremely versatile solution. Its working distance goes from 30 to 110 centimeters, capturing details with an incredible precision without having to be too close to the object, so reducing the risk of damaging it. One of the key points from Zivid is the robot-mounted concept. The camera, in fact, has been designed to be mounted on robots. Furthermore, the Zivid SDK, a cross-platform developer kit, allows an easy integration of the camera on various and different types of workload. Lastly, the high-speed data transfer allows real-time operation with an exceptional fluidity. In addition to the Zivid, in order to monitor the surrounding environment, we use the Intel RealSense camera that combines both diff detection capabilities and RGB image capture. The camera provides stereoscopic depth sensing, a wide field of view that allows to operate on larger areas, high definition outputs. Diff capture can go up to HD, meanwhile RGB capture can go up to full HD. A RealSense SDK, a closed-platform developer kit that makes it easy to integrate the camera on various workloads. And lastly, like the Zivid camera, add high-speed data transfer, allowing real-time operation with exceptional fluidity. It is essential to understand both techniques and materials used by the artist when restoring its artworks. XRF stands for X-ray fluorescence. It is a non-invasive technique for analyzing material and defining its chemical composition without damaging it in any way. In short, this technique consists of emitting X-ray to excite the material atoms, causing them to emit a fluorescent X-ray unique to each element. Our system uses XRF with K-Tech preamplifier and Virtus Cube silicon drift detectors. This combination provides various advantages. It makes the XRF analysis viable even in budget-constrained settings, as no liquid nitrogen cooling is required. It's operable at an ambient temperature up to 80 Celsius with excellent performance. The sensor can operate up to 2 cm from the object, ensuring accurate material analysis without any risk to the surface. For the software, we make use of Godot Engine, an open source platform that allows us to create a digital twin of the entire process. Godot is an highly versatile game engine with both 2D and 3D capabilities, which allow us to simulate the entire system in an interactive digital environment. Thanks to Godot, we can optimize the movement of the robotic arm, visualize and control operation in real time, and integrate all the data collected by the camera and sensors. The engine is cross-platform and powered by C++ to ensure high performance in computing, but it also supports languages such as JavaScript and C#, making it easily adaptable to different types of workloads. In few words, Godot offers us the ideal environment to create advanced simulation and to monitor and optimize the system in digital context, where we can explore and test each scenario before applying it physically. So basically we have the UL10E robot arm equipped with a vivid camera and the XRF sensor, providing high quality point clouds and chemical analysis. Along them, the Intel RealSense camera provides additional data about the artworks and environments. Our computing unit is made of two parts. First, we have the Compact Rio real-time controller system that handles both the robot arm control and the XRF sensor reading. Second, we have a workstation equipped with a discrete graphic card to which both the Zenith camera and the RealSense camera are connected. It communicates with the Compact Rio system. The workstation executes the digital twin environment server and feeds it with the data generated by the camera and sensor. The digital twin is then mirrored to the digital twin clients for the remote viewing and control. The digital twin environment communicates with digital twin clients via the digital twin protocol based on UDP. Our workflow has several key points. We use a compact Rio embedded controller system to enable two-way communication between the robotic arm and the workstation. The compact Rio manages the communication between the two components, handling both the reading of the XRF sensor and the relay of movement path to the robotic arm provided by the digital twin executed inside the workstation. The scanning process is multiphased. First, the camera performs a preliminary scan, capturing the 3D details of the artwork at a distance of 10 or 20 centimeters. This initial scan maps the three-dimensional structure of the work, providing a solid basis for the subsequent analysis. The digital twin then defines more detailed scan path, optimizing the trajectory for the close scans up to 2 centimeters using the XRF sensor for in-depth chemical analysis. The result is the generation of detailed point clouds that combine the geometric and chemical data from the 3D scan and the XRF analysis. This data is then used for virtual environment simulation and continuous monitoring, allowing us to analyze the artworks in great details without ever physically touching them. This integrated workflow ensures the accuracy of the operation and gives us a complete and secure view of the preservation process, minimizing the risk of the artworks. So for our test, we created the following experimental scanning environment. The ZVD camera and the XRF sensor are mounted at the end of the UR10E robotic arm. 4 Intel RealSense camera and 2 LiDARs are placed at the end of the card supporting the robotic arm, and our computer units are stored in the second card. Finally, we can place our artworks at an appropriate distance from the cart supporting the robotic arm, and everything is now physically ready for the scanning process. Next, we can start the scanning process and use the digital twin implementation to keep track of what is going on. This image shows an early version of the digital twin, which allows execution of script or remote control of the system in the real world, real-time visualization of the 3D construction of the environment or artworks, real-time access of the camera in the system, and lastly, reads the RF sensor raw data outputs. Well, as you can see on the figure, we are able to obtain a web historical heritage for our experiments. Therefore, we tested a 3D reconstruction of a kitchen with great results. This project demonstrates how technology can be a powerful ally in preserving our cultural heritage. The digital twin, combined with advanced robotic and computer vision tools, offer us a new, precise, and innovative approach to art conservation. Looking in the future, we can see enormous potential for similar application in other areas, such as industrial diagnostics to architectural restoration. With this technology, we can improve the process of heritage preservation for the future generation and maybe provide the opportunity for a virtual exhibition as soon as the virtual reality technology advances. So thanks you for your attention. If you have any questions, please send them to me via email. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to present our research. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to present our research title, Use Deep Reinforcement Learning to Coordinate Autonomous Maritime Search and Rescue Drones. This work was developed by our team at INSPE in collaboration with Embraer. This is the summary of our presentation. We will start by discussing the problem, followed by the state of the art. Next, we will cover the training environment, then our hypothesis, and finally, the results. The problem of missing persons in water, or PIW, remains one of the most challenging scenarios in search and rescue operations. Traditional methods often rely on predefined searching paths, which may not adapt well to dynamic environments like the ocean. The chaotic nature of maritime conditions, along with the limitation of human decision-making, underscore the need for advanced solutions. Drones equipped with AI and reinforcement learning can greatly improve the efficiency and success rate. Two important studies introduce the concept of probability regions in the search for persons in water (PIW), and propose techniques for using drones in these operations. The first one, the layered SAR method, assumes there is a central area most likely to contain survivors. It prioritizes the central point, passioning the search into layers that gradually expand outward. In contrast, UAS proposes informative methods that position drones in high-probability areas and execute predefined search patterns. It's important to note that these informative algorithms with predefined behaviors are currently the most widely used methods in search and rescue operations. In our projects, we adopted the probability metrics concept and use informative algorithms in cooperation with reinforcement learning-based methods. Our studies builds on previous work that explored the use of reinforcement learning in search and rescue operations. These studies structure the software into two phases, pre-simulation and simulation. In the pre-simulation phase, oceanic data is utilized to predict the movements of persons in water, PIW, representing them as particles in a simulation. Each particle's trajectory is calculated based on environment data, resulting in the creation of a probability matrix. This matrix quantifies the likelihood of PAW being present in each cell, with probabilities determined by the number of particles in the cell and the distance from the initial disaster point. Both studies rely on key variables, such as probability of detections, POG, the likelihood of an agent to detect the PIW, the probability of containment, POC, the chance of a PIW being in a specific cell, and the probability of success, POS, the overall mission success rates combining POG and POC. These studies diverge in their choice of algorithms. One employs Q-learning, a model-free algorithm that updates a Q table as it explores the environment, assigning high Q values to actions that yield better outcomes. The other study utilizes a deep Q network, DeepKN, which replaces the Q table with a neural network. This neural network learns to estimate actual values from the agent's experience, stored in a buffer, enabling it to predict options actions as training progress. From these studies, we adopt several key elements. The concept of probability detections, POG, a pre-simulation phase to construct a probability matrix, the application of deep reinforcement learning algorithms such as DeepKN, and environments designed to minimize search redundancy and maximize mission success. Since the training environments using the mentioned papers were not public and no options were found online, an open source training environment was created. This environment simulates the passenger war scenarios along with the movement of the probability matrix. Drones acting as agents can interact with the environment using different algorithms. In this setup, the action space is discrete, with 90 possible actions, including cardinal and diagonal movements, as well as such actions for locating the passengers in a cell. The environment also offers a range of adjustable series, such as the special increment, the special starts, number of drones, and other parameters allowing for a flexible simulation. After a series of tests, we developed the following reward function. If the agent finds the PIW, it receives 2 points, reduced by the time taken to find it, encourage fast search times, and improve algorithm efficiency. On the other hand, if the password is not found, the agent receives 0 points. Our central question was, does reinforcement learning outperform the gray search policy in this environment? Gray algorithms make decisions based solely on location, learning more complex strategies to optimize long-term outcomes. We hypothesized that reinforcement learning would perform significantly better, especially in scenarios with high complexity and dynamic dispersion. We implemented and compared 2 reinforcement learning algorithms, DeepKN and PPO. Each was trained in our environments with varying configurations. For baseline comparison, we use a grading algorithm. We evaluate performance based on success rates, speed, and image comparative behaviors across 5,000 simulated missions. After several training sections, this graph displays the average rewards of time steps. The PPO algorithm, shown in orange, successfully covers an effective policy for the training environment. In contrast, the DeepKN did not achieve similar results. This result is likely caused by the large map size used, 40 by 40, compared to the smaller 90 by 90 maps used in the studies that inspired this work. As a simple algorithm, DeepKN faces challenge coverage in this large environment. Therefore, future results will focus exclusively on PPO. As shown in the following graph of average rewards of the time steps, PPO successfully covers tuna policy with an increment of 0.05. The blue line represents the average rewards, while the red line represents the average number of actions. It can be observed that the algorithm developed a policy that uses few actions to achieve a high average reward. In the second graph, It can be seen that, similar to the dispatch of 0.05, PPO also performs very well with a dispatch of 0.1. The results confirm the hypothesis. PPO outperformed both TQN and the greedy algorithm. For a dispatch increment of 0.1, PPO achieved a success rate of 75%, compared to 35% for the greedy approach. Similarly, for the special increment of 0.05, PPO achieved 83%, while the graded approach only managed 50%. Here are some GIFs to illustrate the behavior of the algorithms. One, on the left, we have the trained PPO, and as you can see, it successfully finds the PIW in just a few steps. On the right, we have the grid algorithm, which struggles more to locate the PIW, as it only searches in the cells with the highest probabilities. In conclusion, does reinforcement learning perform better than the greedy policy? The results show that reinforcement learning based on multi-agent models can find better solutions than the greedy search algorithm, especially in complex environments. This highlights how reinforcement learning can handle dynamic situations and improve search efficiency where traditional methods struggle. While the results are promising, there is still much to explore. Future work includes integrating advanced reinforcement learning techniques, like multi-agent reinforcement learning frameworks, and testing against additional baseline algorithms. Improving simulation realism by adding factors such as variable wet conditions and more complex PIW behaviors will also be important. Finally, addressing real-world challenges, such as drone hardware limitations and communication in maritime environments, will be essential. Thank you for watching. This marks the end of the presentation. You can scan the QR code to view the project documentation. We are now ready to answer your questions.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this presentation. My name is Eduardo Redondo, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share with you the work we have been working on, entitled Data-Driven Segmentation and Simulation-Based Approach for Capacity Assessment in Radiotherapy for a resource-limited setting in Paraguay. In this work, I will be showing you the introduction, where I will be talking about the context and the problem under study, also the objectives that we have been following in this work. Then we will go to the methodology. I will be talking about the pathway modeling concept we were using as a baseline for the methodology we employed here. And then we will go to the preliminary analysis and experimental settings to finally show and talk about the results in terms of impact to the population when talking about the waiting times and bulking indicators we can expect from these experiments. Finally, I will talk about the findings and main contributions of this work and what are the lines for the future work. To talk about the context and problem under study, I would like to say that this project is based on a special problem, which is cancer treatment. More specifically, we choose the radiation therapy treatment, radiation-based therapy. That means that is a problem which requires a specific machine called LINAC. And this machine is scarce in terms of availability in Paraguay and also abroad as well. But right now we're focusing on Paraguay. So the scarcity of this resource makes it more relevant, as this treatment is vital for patients. As any other setting in healthcare, we find uncertainty in arrivals, and the nature of this treatment is recurrent. This is because of the nature of the treatment itself. Every time a patient arrives to the clinic, the patient actually requires a series of radiation sessions. The patient must receive the number of radiation sessions was calculated for them. That means that once the patient arrives and starts the treatment, he cannot stop their treatment. That means every available day should be an appointment day for that patient until the number of sessions are reached. So at the same time, the patient once arrived, he is requesting for an appointment, he is requesting a day to start the treatment. That means it is a patient sheltering problem. But at the same time, we must assign the patient a given resource, a given machine. And in fact, as it works, usually one cannot change machines. So even if there are 3 machines available for the patient, once the patient started in machine 1, machine 1 is going to be allocated for that patient all along their treatment. This is done to reduce all variabilities and potential errors that there could be, or variations in the treatment. That means in the delivery of radiation for the patient. So at the same time, this is a twofold problem. And the challenges and need we found in the literature and also in practice is that there is limited attention to the heterogeneity of patients, as well as limited attention to uncertainty. This, plus the fact that there is a loss of sight of individual needs in terms of patient needs, led us to inaccuracy in demand anticipation, also performance of the system anticipation. All these together make the healthcare manager to make wrong or bad decisions while they are trying to manage resources in healthcare settings. So the principle we are following here is that in order to increase the accuracy, we have to increase the consideration of heterogeneity. That means grouping patients might lead us to better accuracy in terms of decisions. So making a follow-up closer of behaviors of patients, we might group patients based on similarity in current recurrent needs. And also we should not forget that every time we commit to attend a patient, to give attention to a patient, we are actually committing to give attention to a series, multiple needs that patient could need over time. So the objectives of this work is first to help managers to evaluate the effect of incremental Linux acquisitions. That means we are going to measure the impact of different scenarios, that mean different number of Linux for this system, and how this system could vary in terms of arrival rates over time, while keeping the same assignment and scheduling policy they are using currently. As sub-objectives, we have the goal of characterizing demand, developing a simulator based on pathways, tools, pathways, also simulate different scenarios, and finally evaluate the impact in terms of these two indicators, waiting time and bulking of patients. As our goal as a team is to model the heterogeneity and uncertainty of demand, and also characterize these groups that are composing this demand. Then to develop this hybrid simulation-based model for this specific problem, and finally to demonstrate the use of both data and also the proposed simulator. Then it is important to say that the pathway modeling we are using as a baseline for this methodology consists of considering that patient once arrived to a clinic or to the setting will undergo two different services that we can represent them linearly. So once we analyze this data, for the historic data, we just detected behaviors based on the number of sessions. So using a unidimensional analysis, we use KDE and also JNBO as main techniques to create groups. Once we had these, we characterize these pathways and finally introduce them to a simulator that was a discrete event simulator to detect the performance over different scenarios from these rules we were trying to analyze, the decisions we were trying to analyze. So here when we analyze the main states that were considered in the simulator, we considered four main states. Either the patient is out, waiting, in progress, or complete. Considering this, we should say that the patient is complete, but just complete regarding their state, final state, not their treatment. As you can see, there's the option of patient going from state S1 to S3 directly. That means the patient is bulking and not staying to the system because the waiting time was too long for him. So he decided to go to other facility. So for this experiment, we used this waiting time equal to 30 days. So that was the decision, the breakpoint. So once we had these states, we introduced them in a simulator, and we currently use the current assignment policy they are using and initialize the system using an exponential decay function. Then we use the data we found in the story report of this hospital. And going from 2017 to 2025, we infer the average arrival of patients we could expect. Based on this, we built several settings for the experiments, such as 12 different simulator scenarios that we obtained by combining the lambdas, that means the arrivals 4, 5, and 6, and the potential number of Linux we could have, 3 to 4, 5, or 6, the double of the current capacity. Finally, we use the effective daily system capacity equal to 330 minutes, and we run non-terminating simulation with the initialization function we mentioned before, considering as well 15-minute length sessions and 30 different set of arrival for statistical inference. So we took the average number of sessions for each one of these groups to finally detect the function that was describing them the best. As a result, we found for all the different scenarios we were analyzing the resulting implications of this. Here in the table, we show as the number of Linux increases, the average waiting time decreases significantly for all lambda values 4, 6, and also 5. This decrease is more pronounced for higher demand values, that means 5 and 6, where the system experiences higher demand. At lambda equal to 4, the waiting time is consistently low, even with only 3 Linux as today, indicating that the system can handle actually this lower demand effectively. For lambda equal to 5 and 6, the waiting time remains high with 3 Linux but drops drastically as more Linux are added, highlighting the impact of increased capacity under higher demand scenarios. Adding a 4 Linux dramatically reduces waiting time across all lambda values, especially for lambda equals 5 and 6. Beyond 5 Linux, the decrease in waiting time becomes minimal, suggesting that the system reaches an optimal resource balance at this point. Yeah, this thing aspect could be seen considering the bulking of patients over these 30 replications. Here we can see that as the number of Linux increases, the average bulking patient sharply decreases for all lambda values. At 6 Linux, there are no bulking patients across any lambda values. Lambda 6, which is the highest arrival rate, exhibits the highest bulking values with lower Linux and requires more Linux to reduce bulking significantly. Lambda 4, on the other hand, even with 3 Linux, the average bulking is much lower compared to the lambdas 5 and 6. Moving from 3 to 4 Linux also significantly reduced bulking for lambda 5 and 6. And beyond 5 Linux, the system effectively eliminates bulking for all scenarios. Moreover, the impact in terms of average waiting time was also measured, and we can see it here for different archetypes. As you can see, archetypes with less sessions are affected the less. So they experience less waiting times. We can see the same thing with average bulking number of bulk patients in different systems. And here what we can see is that patients of archetype 8, which are the most numerous here, they are receiving the largest impact, negative impact here. So in conclusion, simulation that we performed here was considering 30 replications for statistical robustness of conclusions, and we tested different variations of arrival rates and system capacity in terms of that for measuring the waiting times and Linux utilization. At the same time, we analyzed the data, and we are offering for the first time, as far as we know, a classification of the population needing radiotherapy treatments and the use of this hospital we are analyzing. So we segmented the population and identify and characterize 11 archetypes using KDE and JNBO. Finally, we can say that the reduction in waiting times and patient bulking rates could be seen, and we could analyze the trade-off of increasing the number of Linux and how it impacts waiting time and also bulking across different scenarios and also archetypes. Finally, the contribution of this work is very important for resource-limited settings as Paraguay. We provided valuable data and insights that could be used as a foundation for future research. Finally, this work has the potential to inspire other derivative studies and help researchers to address operational challenges in similar settings, as well as strategic decisions. So finally, the future perspective for this work, as this work is part of a larger project, the next step is to including an optimization-based decision modules to the simulator to compare the performance with the current assignment policy. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open to your questions.
Hello.
Tudo bem? Oi.
Welcome back. So let's continue with our keynote. Professor Gaurav Sri.
No, professor. Professor.
No? Okay.
No.
Sorry. So Gaurav Srivastava, with temporal and contextual information fusion for cybersecurity. The speaker, Gaurav Srivastava, is a senior cybersecurity consultant with Siemens Corporation. He has background in vulnerability management, incident handling, and industrial control systems. He holds certifications including Certified Information Security Manager and Global Industrial Cybersecurity Professional, and has experience in areas like vulnerability management, software transparency, and incident response. He earned a master's degree in computer science from the TUM, Technical University of Munich, and has worked with organizations like Siemens for the past 8+ years, where he served as a security consultant and research professional. His academic experience includes time as a visiting research scholar at Carnegie Mellon, where he worked on privacy concerns in Android applications. Okay, and together with Daniel Sadok Menashe, is that right?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Professor Daniel.
No need for professor.
Okay. Received the PhD in computer science from the University of Massachusetts Amherst in 2011. Currently, he is an associate professor with computer science department, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. His interests are in modeling, analysis, security, and performance evaluation of computer systems, being a recipient of the Best Paper Award at GlobeCom, Connext, Infocom, and ECGSE. He's an alumni affiliated member of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences. So let's receive them with a warm.
So first of all, thank you so much for such nice and long introduction. But thank you. So bear with me. This is my third presentation of the day. I was at CloudNet presenting 2 of our papers, and some of the work is also present here. So this is the presentation we very quickly put together. Me and Daniel very quickly into the hotel lobby when we knew about this conference. So this is the work we did over like the past 5 years or so. Many papers came out of this, and we'll try to show you how the Lafusion's idea of data fusion actually matches with this practical example of this research into vulnerability analysis and how severity changes over time, how the context helps in determining severity. This is a collaboration you can see between Siemens and UFRJ over a long period of time. I just want to start with a quote. The whole is not the same as the sum of its parts. Anybody knows who said this or where it comes from? It's from Aristotle, but it's also misquoted a lot of times. Please read this article, which it's a whole study about how people misquote this statement. Okay, so the idea is not that it's not mathematical statement, so it's not about the sum, but the idea is you get more insights when you put a lot of data sources together. So you solve the same problem with 5 data sets, you can get, but when you put those 5 data sets together, you get maybe a better insight into another view, another angle which you not thought about. This is what we are going to use for our threat landscape thing, whole study, and how the sum of its parts, like the different papers we'll show, different research we did, how it helped is answering those questions basically. Okay, so this is a general outline. We'll build up upon all the vulnerabilities, the NVDs, and the database basically, and why Fusion, and then what is the current state, let's say, how it is done, how we can improve it further with the data fusion from other sources, and what we can see in the risk-aware patch management as one use case of this data fusion, and how we can further enrich with threat intel information, for example. Right, so just to build up a bit of basics, CVE, common vulnerability and exposures. This is how a vulnerability is identified. This is how you make public a vulnerability. So CVE, common identifier here, then the year, and then a number which is unique in that year. Right, so NVD, which you saw in the outline, is National Vulnerability Database maintained by NIST. It has a huge database of 250,000 vulnerabilities. It's the main, let's say, kind of authority or de facto standard who rates all the vulnerabilities, and people, a lot of in the world, like researchers, the industries, they rely on this database heavily to build their use cases around vulnerability, risk assessment, severity, and all. It is mainly divided into 4 categories. Basically, every CVE is 0 to 10 based on the CVSS score, which is Common Vulnerability Scoring System. And then you have like 0 to 4 low, and then 4 to 7 medium, then 7 to 9 high, and then 9 to 10 critical. Right? Why do I say vulnerability is everywhere? Just a small statistics also. In 2023 itself, there were 23,000 vulnerabilities released. That means 83 vulnerabilities per day. And imagine if as a company, you have to patch 83 vulnerabilities a day. If you are a power station or a power grid or water utility, how are you going to manage that? So this research answers different parts of that question. Severity depends on context. Why do we say that? Because, okay, so vulnerability released by one vendor. But when I say, okay, let's take a Log4j example, it was an Apache common vulnerability, but when Siemens integrates it into its product, they integrated it in a way, and they maybe built some guardrails around that. So the same vulnerability does not affect exactly the same in Siemens product. Maybe it doesn't affect the same way in a Microsoft product because they have different kind of controls there. So we try to learn that context from the NVD data. Users who are using our products, they don't generally have that context, but the technical people, so the developers of those products will have much of those contexts, but developers don't know the context where the user is going to use their product. So all this information is very dispersed in different sources. So that's the whole idea of this first research. Yeah, CVSS score, as I said, just to build basics. This same matrix is calculated to 0 to 10. There's exploitability factors, there are impact factors. I don't want to go into too much detail here. Then there's also CNA, you will hear during the presentation. CNA, you can just imagine there's one authority, MITRE, basically is responsible for issuing the CVE numbers, but they could not do it for, as I said, 83 vulnerabilities per day. So they said, okay, now you guys federated, everybody is responsible. Now Siemens is responsible to issue all vulnerability IDs for where Siemens products are. Same way Microsoft is responsible for everything related to Microsoft. So that's why you see a root CNA Mitre here, and then you see Google, then you see JP-Cert, the Red Hat. In some countries, the national organization is responsible to issue the CVEs. That's why you see JP-Cert there. All right. So the next topic, how flow of security advisories. So security advisories. Just to give you an idea, every time you release a vulnerability, you issue a security advisory in ideal case. At least many vendors are nowadays doing this. So you release the vulnerability information, you release the patch information where a user can get a new patch or so. All this information is in kind of a security advisory. But once you receive as a customer the security advisory, you don't know. As I said, if you got 83 advisories, imagine in one day from different, let's say just in a good case, 10 vendors, 83 advisories, what are you going to prioritize? How do you get that information? So we'll show you how with different data sets, we try to make this easy so that you get this calculation of risk for your organization and how you can prioritize these different vulnerabilities. Software vulnerabilities, of course, they are well distributed. They are everywhere. There's no code which is vulnerability free, but this information is so much dispersed. There's NVD database, there are vendor advisories, there are other aggregators who have this information, but for a consumer, they don't know what is the source, where should I look for the information. So now at this stage, I will pass it on to Daniel.
Okay.
So just to take it further.
Yes. So, yeah, here we show how we conducted some measurements to support this idea, to understand how, why we need the fusion, right? So here we show in the left some examples of data sources that we use to collect data. So for instance, ExploitDB, which is a source of data about exploit, security focus, security tracker, which actually are two of the main cited sources at NVD that Gaurav mentioned. So, but unfortunately they were discontinued. So that's another issue. We need to fuse data over time and accounting for some sources that actually are not updated anymore. And actually other platforms. So we aggregate everything. So we fuse everything in this tool to then produce a curated database that contains not only these data points, but also data about temporal information, right? The time at which those data points were first produced, and then we can get time series, and we can understand how risk evolve over time. So the result of this curation of data is a set of time series of events associated to vulnerabilities. So this work actually was conducted a couple of years ago. So we used data up to December of 2019. It was led actually by Lucas Miranda, who is here in the audience. Now that we have this data, we can do some visualization, we can do some data science, we can analyze, and here's the first finding. So we show here something which is called a Sankey diagram. So in this diagram, each line corresponds to a vulnerability, a CVE, and actually if we observe an advisory at a given platform talking about this vulnerability, and then another advisor at another platform talking about this vulnerability at a future point in time, then we add a small line between these two sources. So this way, looking at different layers, we can understand how information flows across these platforms. So we see, for instance, in the left-hand side that security focus, ExploitDB. So here we see a security focus, IBM, ExploitDB, security tracker. They are important sources of original information about vulnerabilities. Even NVD sometimes appears as an original source, but actually NVD turns out to be much more frequently a data fusion center. It usually is an aggregator of information from multiple sources, and then this information is eventually also consumed by other platforms, and eventually it may be replicated, be refined, and eventually also consumed by ourselves, right? So there is a lot of very interesting things that we can extract from this kind of analysis. For instance, there is a balance between timely information and information that is curated and that is, let's say, polished in a more detailed fashion. So there is this kind of a trade-off. But here we just use data that is actually solid, but we could also add additional sources here, including Black Hat forums, including threat intelligence feeds, and we will talk about that in the last part of the talk, okay? But this already gives an idea about the fact that in this flow of information, we have aggregators, which are in the, let's say, terminology of this conference would be the fusion centers, right? We have the sources, and we have some platforms that are kind of a mix between aggregators and sources, like KBCert, which appears it appears here in the left, and also here, but with let's say KBCert, appears here as well, with a similar values. So and it appears in similar values in both. We say that they are a mix of aggregators and sources. But this idea of dividing the platforms between source aggregators and eventually sinks, I think provides an interesting perspective towards the flow of advisories, right? So then the second finding is that the publication rate varies across platforms. So there are platforms that like publish a lot, right? But actually they are not usually the first to publish, while others publish less, but they are usually, when they publish something, they usually are the first to publish. So there is also this kind of different roles, right? So we really need to combine information from multiple sources to get the whole perspective. And then, given that there is this flow, of course, whenever we have a flow, we have delays. So here we talk about the delays until an advisory reaches a certain platform. So this is the time until the information about a certain CV appears, about a certain vulnerability, right, appears for the first time at a given platform, right? So we see, for instance, here that NVD is here. It's not at the very end, but still the average number of days for information to appear at NVD is already something around 2 months, okay? Between 1 month and 2 months, okay? So we see that we cannot rely just on NVD to get information. We need to account for other sources if we want timely information, right? So finding for relative delays vary across platforms. So NVD versus other platforms. So we have here not only the delays but also the variance so I think this one in particular. So the previous one was an absolute delay. It was the delay between the first appearance and the appearance at the platforms that appear in the x-axis. Here in the x-axis, we again have the platforms, but now in the y-axis, we have the delay relative to the first time in which the vulnerability appeared at NVD. So we take NVD as our reference. So we see that the average sometimes is negative and sometimes it's positive, okay? Because, of course, yeah, some platforms tend to publish before and some others tend to publish afterwards. So depending on our reference, right? And actually, obviously, the reference is not absolute, right? Because we never know when the vulnerability was actually discovered, right? So we just know using the data set that we have, right? What is the first time that we observe in this given, let's say, measurement, right? So we can do this analysis with Sankey diagrams, but it doesn't allow for what-if analysis. So we complemented this analysis with queuing models. So we came up with this idea of building a network of queues to capture how advisories, how information flows across platforms. So each queue in this queuing network represents a platform, and then we try to parameterize this queuing network using the information that we collected from our measurements, right? So the idea is that the input parameters are the platforms, and we have kind of a routing matrix, because when an advisory appears in a given platform, we have the probabilities of having advisories at the other platforms after we observe this advisory at the original platform. So we have kind of a routing of information across these platforms. And we have also delays, because it takes time for this information to flow from one platform to the other. And given these Sankey diagrams, and which actually characterize the routing and the delays, we then have all we need to parameterize this queuing network. And then the output metrics are things like time before advisory reaches a platform and the platform hitting probabilities. So we can get things like this one. We can get matrices like this one. So in this matrix, in the x-axis, we have the target. In the y-axis, we have sources. And then, we can actually visualize what's the average delay from one source to a given target. We also have platform hitting probabilities. So advisories posted in most platforms reach NVD before other platforms. So we have many possible sources, many possible targets, but we observe that most of the time, the flow of information passes through NVD. That's also something that we observe. So the key takeaways are that we can classify platforms as sources, aggregators, or sinks. And we can use analytical models to do what-if analysis, to better understand what's going on. That delays are typically on the order of months. And we can always use more measurements and models to support risk-aware patch management. So this is the key reference. So Lucas Miranda is here, he's seated here, but this was a very collaborative work. And now I'll pass back to talk about what's the current practice in terms of publishing information about severities, right?
Yeah, perfect. So now we saw at least one data source, right? So this aggregator collects information about all vulnerabilities, try to make its own rating. But this NVD as an fusion center, how Daniel put it, and as an aggregator is doing it for all. But of course, it doesn't have the context for every single product. So if Siemens is making a product, how some analyst sitting at NVD will have an idea about how we built that product and how the severity of this vulnerability should be affected. So then the next source is basically the CNAs. This is the topic I also touched upon when I'm talking about terminologies. So every CNA is issuing its own security advisory, and they are telling, okay, this is how our product is created, and that's why this vulnerability, which this other open source library or some other library has provided, is integrated into our product, but this affects in a certain way, and that the severity is either low or higher than what already is provided in NVD database or by the vendor. And in this research, we try to actually look at this data set. So we try to say, okay, all the NVD data. In the work, we took only 34,000, this 557 vulnerabilities. The reason is that this is CVSS 3.x. So the CVSS has different versions of scoring, and 3.x is the most prevalent. So, and it's also like, now there's CVSS 4.0, but it's not still so much adapted. So there's not many vulnerabilities stated. Okay, and then in that we looked at the top 5, basically the vendors. So you see GitHub, because there's a lot of open source projects on GitHub, and then they release the vulnerability information there. And there's also the ICS, the industrial control system, the critical infrastructure. We also, as Siemens is critical infrastructure vendor, we wanted to also especially check in that domain. So we also looked at the 5 top vendors from the ICS domain based on the vulnerability numbers. Giving back the same example, which I started with, Log4Shell. So Log4Shell was a vulnerability, very well known. It ruined a lot of Christmas in 2021, I think. Because it was released around the Christmas time, and then people were scrambling to patch this vulnerability and all. It was in Apache Log4j module. But then this and the remote code execution vulnerability. So it's a 10. Basically, everything can be taken over. This is what NVD says. Next, now this same Log4j library is integrated in some of Siemens products. Similarly, in some Microsoft projects, some other products. The idea is now, let's say, take another example of CodeMeter. So this was a security advisory by Siemens, CodeMeter. They reduced it to 8.6. The reason is the vendor has an additional control over this, additional safeguard around this library. So they need a valid credentials, then only you can visit a URL onto the internet. So even the Log4j vulnerability to be able to be executed in the environment of Siemens product or the CodeMeter product, it would need a valid credential. So this already makes it hard. So the attack complexity is higher than what NVD can say, and that's why the vendor reduced it to 8.6, right? So this is another context. This is another source of information or source of truth, so to say, that, okay, you don't know all the perspective, the developers know how the code was integrated, and then this source is also very critical to include into your analysis of entire risk or overall risk for your organization. In this, then we considered, okay, so then it's not only Siemens is a CNA, but there are many more CNAs. So we said, okay, let's see how other CNAs are reporting on vulnerabilities, which are also aggregated by NVD. So you see in 2015, there was only one CNA, but this number is increasing. So at least in 2023, there are 218 different CNAs. So these are the people who rate their own CVEs or create their own CVEs. So then we found that, okay, at least in 10,000 of them, there was at least one subscore which was different from the aggregator. So the NVD or the original source, so to say. And this fraction, and then you see the divergence is like around 70% of basically the data we took. Then when we look further into what subscores are different, so you see like the most disagreement is on the availability impact. So, and for example, so here on the x-axis, you see 0, 1, 2, 3, that means like how many subscores they are different on. So 0 means this is like the 100% match. So both NVD and the vendor is agreeing on what is the severity. But then going forward, they differ on some subscores here. And the most disagreement is on availability. So basically, for example, NVD would most of the time say, okay, availability is impacted, but the vendor says, no, my system can restart and can live this vulnerability. And the most agreement is on attack vector. This is just an insight, let's say. So they agree, okay, if the attack is coming from the network, then vendor also says, yeah, the attack is coming from the network. It is physical attack, then okay, yeah, it is a physical attack. So that's what the analysis should be. All right, so I think it's time again for Daniel to go into maybe a more details into the results.
Yes, thanks, Gaurav. So basically here, we did some more visualizations of these discrepancies, right, these differences. So here in the x-axis we show the score difference. And in the y-axis, we show the number of CVEs for which we had this score difference. So the nice thing that we see here is that it has a kind of bell-shaped distribution, meaning that the differences in these scores are affected by many factors, and that's why it's very rare to have very small or very large differences. Differences are usually around 0, but they are non-negligible. That's the message here. And then in this slide here, we focus specifically on Siemens vulnerabilities, okay? So in the x-axis again, we show the score difference between NVD and in this case Siemens, so the CNA Siemens, and in the y-axis the number of CVEs. And then we also have two colors. We have vulnerabilities that affect only Siemens products and vulnerabilities that affect general products, because of course Siemens products are also affected by general vulnerabilities. So when we saw this, we were very surprised because we said, look, we have vulnerabilities that affect only Siemens products, and still NVD is disagreeing with Siemens. So how can it be? Like, Siemens is the ultimate authority for the vulnerabilities that affect its products, right? So the insight that we got here after talking with colleagues, Gov and colleagues from Siemens, is that there is some asymmetry in information. So Siemens has privileged information about its products that is not shared with NVD. And that's why we see that we have both positive and negative differences. So sometimes Siemens says that the risk is higher than what NVD claims, and sometimes it's the opposite. NVD says that it's higher. So when NVD says that risk is higher, it's because Siemens has a different perspective towards the impact, or it knows additional safeguards that NVD is not aware of. And when actually Siemens says that the risk is high, it's because someone at Siemens discovered an exploit or discovered a way to leverage this vulnerability, but which they cannot share with NVD. So that's why the only public information that is available is the one that is observed through the CVSS subscores. So obviously, if an exploit is found inside Siemens, Siemens will not make this public, right? So the key takeaway is that asymmetric information leads to different scores, especially for vulnerabilities only affecting Siemens products. But that is specific for this case, but obviously it would also generalize for other vendors. Okay, so yeah, again, the fusion of information must account for asymmetry in information, right? in knowledge or on the available information. And then we followed up with large language models here. So basically, there are already large language models to try to infer the CVSS scores. So one of the most famous ones is CVSS BERT. So given the description of the vulnerability, it tries to automatically come up with the subscores like attack vector, attack complexity, leverage required, user interaction. So these are the exploitability subscores, and also the impact subscores on confidence, integrity, availability. So the idea is that given the description of the vulnerability, this large language model tries to automatically fill up with these values. So the question that we came up is, okay, this is already known, but what now? Something that is not was not considered before is the difference between the CNAs, difference between perspectives. So we asked ourselves, can we fine-tune, can we specialize these for CNAs? So the answer is that yes, we can do that. So we did a fine-tuning of CVSS BERT to account for information about products, vendors, okay? So basically, we took the data set that Gov presented, and we split between, we have the descriptions, and we have CVSS scores as set by NVD and as set by CNAs. And then we did 2 experiments. So the first experiment was just to check if we train data with NVD and test with NVD, what would be the accuracy, how far could we get, and then compare against train, here it should be CNA, sorry. So train with CNA and test with CNA, okay? So this is the standard practice, okay? We wanted to compare this against that. And then we wanted to go one step further. So we asked ourselves, okay, now what if we train with NVD and test with CNA, or the opposite? If we train with CNA and test with NVD. So this would correspond to knowledge transfer, right? Can we transfer knowledge between NVD and CNAs, right? So these were the questions that we asked ourselves. So here is the result of this experiment. The first experiment shows that if we train only with NVD, which is the current practice, we get 86% of accuracy. In the paper, we also have other metrics like precision, recall, F1 score. But then, not surprisingly, if we use only data from CNAs, the score is much lower. Why? It's 74%, because the CNAs, they are much more heterogeneous, right, than NVD. There's much more surprise effect with CNAs than with NVD, which is built by a team that is centralized and all that. And then for the second experiment, for knowledge transfer, what we discovered is that actually, if we train with NVD and test with CNA, again, the results are not that good. But if we train with CNA and test with NVD, we get results that are close to the ones that we train only with NVD. And then the takeaway that we got is that varied training data, right, corresponding, for instance, to multiple CNAs, is relevant to get this generalization effect, right? So I think this was a fun experiment. And actually, again, a lot of this was made by Lucas Miranda together with his colleague, Lucas Senos. They actually presented this work this week. So Senos presented part of this work at LADC, the Latin American Dependability Conference, right, in Recife. And Miranda and Gav were just arriving from CloudNet, where they also presented results related to this one. So, so the recommendation is to notify more explainable CVS assessments. We need explainability, right? We need to explain why are we changing those scores upwards or downwards. So I think this would be very welcome. Like, it would simplify the fusion process, right? If you have a new product, how to leverage the information that you already have, and foster distributed reporting of CVSS vectors by CNAs. So that's also something very important. If we have just one fusion center that is responsible for all the decisions, then we have scalability issues, right? It becomes a bottleneck. And actually, NVD nowadays is becoming a bottleneck. So NVD is reporting problems to deplete the queue of pending requests. So actually, it's asking for help from the CNAs to actually produce these CVSS scores and to come up with a more distributed, let's say, environment, right, for this information to be shared. So this is one of the works that came up from this, so how context impacts vulnerability severity. Again, Luca is here. And then this, well, now brings us to the next point, which is how to fuse. So now that we already talked about why fusion and what's the current practice, now how
could we combine this data to come up with even better severity assessments, accounting for these combined information from multiple sources over time. So yeah, thanks, Gaurav.
Yeah, okay, so first one clarification to one thing what Daniel mentioned, that CMS does not have information about exploits. It's basically, they know, of course, their code better. It's proprietary code, right? It's not public for NVD to actually look into that code. So that's why they are in a better position to do the assessment of a vulnerability. So it's not about exploits, but it's mainly about the vulnerability characteristics. So just to clarify for everybody, we don't. It's anyways not only true for Siemens. It's true for any vendor. So let's say Microsoft. They know how Windows is made, right? So they know better how the code, how the library is integrated. So they are in much better position to say how this vulnerability will affect Windows 11, for example, right? So this is about that. I just wanted to clarify the exploit part, because this is also, yeah. So exploit, not about exploit, proprietary code. Then you know how the libraries are integrated. Okay. Now the risk-aware patch manual. So this is a very good use case. So basically, once you get, this is what I meant with the first code. Basically, it's not whole. Basically, it's more than the whole. The reason why, because now we did the advisory flow. Then we also got the additional context from the CNAs. And now, how can we use this context to actually do something useful? Make what is the additional insight? So CVSS gives you severity. But what is my risk? CVSS is not a risk metric. So how do I get from these two additional sources to a third source, which is risk now? Okay. Again, same slide. First part, you see the NVD part. The second part, we want to cover here is severity could change over time, because there would be probably exploits in the world which would use it in a malware, this vulnerability. There are bad guys, so to say. They want to make money out of this. They want to build a ransomware, a malware out of this vulnerability information. But who's keeping track of the proof of concepts, functional or fully functional exploits coming over time? And nobody updates the CVSS code. Although CVSS provides for a temporal factor, but it's not updated over time. So this is really a big problem. So we see vulnerability life cycle as, okay, discovery, patching, weaponization. When I say weaponization, is like somebody in the wild is writing a code which could potentially exploit this vulnerability, and then there is an actual exploit in the wild, that actual attack happening on another organization or so. So in this part of the research, we focus on the time to weaponization and how weaponization can then impact severity, and then we eventually come back to the risk scoring based on that. So what we are going to do is track how long the severity needs to be kept high, and how many days till how will it evolve in the future, because based on how we saw the development of the exploits, we can maybe make some assumptions, make some predictions about how it will eventually evolve. And then based on those, as I said in the start, make a decision about which vulnerabilities I need to prioritize first. Right, so weaponization information can help you track severity, and then this severity information you can use to actually make a good assumption about the risk. This is the prediction framework, where we again combine information from exploit-DB, NVD, the CPE information, make a matching of which exploits are affecting which vulnerability, which exploits are using which vulnerability and affecting which product. CP is common platform enumeration, so it's kind of identifies a vendor or a hardware or a software component or so. And once we make that matching, we do like a classification of that vulnerability. And for all that vulnerabilities in that class, we do a CDF implementation. Then I will go into details later on. And then if we combine that with severity, we get a risk metric. You want to take here or? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So here is again an example of fusion. So we are fusing data from NVD and from exploit-DB, right? So from LDB, we get the CVID, textual description, and all that. And from XYDB, we get the reference for the CVID and the exploit publication date. Of course, we could get much more, but for this example, we're just taking this. And then in this slide, we show here in the x-axis the weaponization date, the day of the first weaponization, minus the date at which the vulnerability was reserved by the vendor, right? So this is the time it took for weaponization to occur after the vulnerability was disclosed. We put here reservation, but actually we can think about that as being the disclosure date. And in the y-axis, we have the CDF. So each curve, each line here corresponds to a different vendor. And then basically what this is showing us, for instance, is that for Adobe, for instance, almost no vulnerability had weaponization occurring before the disclosure date. So for values smaller than 0, this line almost touches the x-axis. But for HP, for instance, it's different, right? So we see that there is a significant fraction of vulnerabilities for which, if we look at historical data, right, if we look in retrospect for what occurred before the disclosure, we see that there were already some activities, right, for this vulnerability before disclosure. So why is this important? Because having this information about time and having this information about weaponization, now if I come up with a new vulnerability from one of these vendors, right, that has a given base score, I can kind of track how will this score evolve over time. So that's the idea, because the CVSS and a lot of the things we talk about, when it's released, it's just a static vector, right? So the CVSS vector is something that tells you about the past, but it doesn't have predictive power. It doesn't have temporal information. So basically, we want to use this CDF of time to weaponization combined with the CVSS to track severity evolution. So the simplest solution is to use the CDF of time to weaponization to scale the CVSS. So basically, yeah, we have this workflow. We get a new vulnerability, and then if we have enough data about this vendor or product, we can group by vendor or product. Or otherwise, we can use machine learning techniques to group the vulnerabilities. We don't need to group by vendor. The example that I just showed had the vulnerabilities grouped by vendor, but this is not a requirement. We can group as we wish, right? And then we can use the CDF of time to weaponization to scale CVSS scores, and then the final output will be a curve of risk over time. So we have some example like WannaCry, Heartbleed. So the idea is that we want to do the fusion between a model of time to weaponization and the severity, right? Model, which is CVSS, and then we have a combined model. So here we have like a CDF like the one that I just showed, and then given a new vulnerability with a CVSS score, I just multiply this CVSS score by this CDF, and in the simplest case, now I have a curve where in the x-axis I have again the instance of disclosure. So the x-axis in these two curves are the same, but what changes is the y-axis. Here the y-axis varies between 0 and 1, and here the y-axis varies between 0 and 10, because now I'm not tracking anymore the probability of having an exploit by that time. I'm tracking the risk of this vulnerability over time, right? So the idea is that, while this curve here is capturing the temporal evolution, but without looking at the reference CVSS value, the reference CVSS value by itself is kind of the baseline, but then combining the two, we can then have different perspectives about this vulnerability. So we see, for instance, that at day 0, very likely this particular vulnerability for this particular vendor that we use here had a very small CVSS because the chances of having a weapon at that time was very small. But then as time evolves, the chances increase. And then according to this model, which is the vendor-based model, risk would evolve according to this green curve. We can also look at other models. So this predictor-based model does exactly the same thing as this model that I just talked about, but instead of grouping by vendor, it groups using the vulnerabilities using a machine learning classification technique, okay? So you can choose the way in which you will relate the vulnerabilities among each other. And actually, that's another thing that I believe is a broadly open space for investigation, which is the relation between vulnerabilities. Because at NVD, the vulnerabilities, they are disclosed in kind of an isolated fashion. So we have each vulnerability with its own web page, but there are no links between vulnerabilities. So the only naive links that we have occur actually through vendors, through products, but this is very naive, right? To say that vulnerabilities are related because they were affecting products from the same vendor. It's not capturing the essence of relations. So, and if we want to do this kind of analysis, we need to understand the relation between vulnerabilities because we want to transfer knowledge between them. If we learn that the severity grows in a certain way for a vulnerability, we want to say that a vulnerability that's similar, we will also have similar patterns. But what does similar mean, right? So this is something that is not so clear. But here we show one possibility, and then we show in the blue curve here the ground truths. So this is what we observe with respect to exploits in our data set. And then we had this assumption that here we started with the base CVSS, and here we increase the risk as we observe more exploits. So the assumption here was that when we have new exploits being released, the maturity of these exploits was growing. So anyways, the message here is that we can combine information from temporal data sets with baselines to get this risk of evolution over time. We have more examples. We have Hypebleed, WannaCry, and then we can also do check the accuracy of these classifications if we wish. For instance, comparing the time to weaponization obtained from a model against what we have as ground truth in our data set if we use the machine learning approach. And then is the conclusion. So we have curves showing how severity evolves over time. And then future work involves including more sources, refine accuracy, and consider new ideas about how to group or relate vulnerabilities. And this is our reference, statistical approach to severity-aware vulnerability prioritization. And then we move to our last part, which is on how to enrich this information with additional data from Black Hat forums and from threat intelligence feeds.
And I hope everybody is still awake. So we'll wrap it up fast. So this is the last part. Basically, now you saw context, you saw informations that change with time, and now we are also adding threat intel. So this is all the dark web and all, like, you know, the fancy TI feed stuff you think about, and you have 10 vendors. It's not that they are providing very unique information, but it's the one time you get that unique indicator of compromise that can immediately change the risk from probably to medium to critical immediately. That's the piece of information you want. That's why you want to fuse another source, which is really important. There's most of the time the TI feeds are just aggregating, again, a lot of garbage, let's say. But there is one time that you get an additional spike. And this is what we wanted to explore in this research. Actually, okay, when is that time? And also, what is that information that can help you? So I will also not spend too much time. So in this, so in the last one, we talked about weaponization. We saw also like POCs and all. And in this one, they, like Daniel and team, basically, they actually looked into the actual exploits which are being talked about of creation on dark forums, on hacker forums, and also malware samples which are being dropped somewhere, and then people are experimenting with that. There are also exploit prices. So basically, if you know really in this field, you can actually buy exploits. You can also buy somebody who has written a POC for a CVE, and there's like, it can really range from like 5,000 or $50 to maybe 500,000 or millions of dollars. People are actually playing for vulnerabilities like that, and their usage, their demand over time, and their targets basically. So I'll just not spend too much time on here so that Daniel can go into the details much. So you see on the top, basically, we use a lot of forums, so CrimeDB, Hacker Forum, AntiChat, to try to see there are conversations going on in these posts, basically, about some cited CVEs. We try to also filter the posts, basically, where we have some CVE information, extract the threads, basically like a conversation going on about developing a future exploit for a CVE or trying to target one specific organization or something, and how can we use that information along with this NVD information, again, to give a better insight to an organization, say, okay, you are being targeted and you have this also software, maybe you should really focus on patching these softwares first and then think about anything else. And once we build this model, basically any new vulnerability I receive information as an organization, I try to use this inference model and say, okay, is this at a POC level? Is this already like a weapon? Or there's an actual exploit happening? So this would actually, green, orange, and red would actually ring the alarm bells, basically, what should be my next action. Daniel, then you can go into the details. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I will be brief here because actually this will be presented on Monday by the first author. He's defending his master thesis on this topic. Okay, so basically he collected data. So his master thesis on collecting data from CrimeDB, which is actually a fusion. So it's a fusion center deployed at Cambridge University. So they have partnerships with universities to deliver this data set. So they collect data from many black hat forums online. And then our task here was to filter these, the posts that refer to vulnerabilities that we could cross-relate with NVD and then get some insight out of it, right? So we build this data set and then we train a model to classify these posts, right? And because each post refers to vulnerabilities, we are indirectly classifying the vulnerabilities. And then we can tell if this vulnerability is at a proof of concept level, weaponization level, or exploitation level. We can even build then word clouds like this one. So we see that we have the word cloud for all posts that refer to at least one CVE, for proof of concept, weaponization, and exploitation. So we have words like thanks for someone that probably received the information about the new exploit, antivirus. So antivirus is an important word here. So anyone knows why antivirus is important for exploitation? No? Yeah, it's basically because when the vulnerability reaches this level of exploitation, people care about what is also written here. This keyword is also very important, fully undetectable. So when an exploit reaches this level of being used in the wild, people care about the exploit not being detected by antivirus. So there is a lot of reference to the fact that it's not detectable. Okay. While here we see, when it's at the level of proof of concept, we see, for instance, multi-exploit, which is more like a controlled environment to test exploits and all that. So here it's at the lab level. Here it's becoming more mature, and here it's finally being used in the wild. And then we also have, we can build decision trees, like to try to understand how this classification is done. We see that, like, we have keywords like PM, which is private message. So if the keyword private message appears in a post, at least twice, then there's a high chance that this post is about exploitation. Because if someone is concerned about getting private information, private message about something, it's probably because it's something that cannot be exactly discussed publicly. And we also have proof of concept, keyword, and others that are less easy to explain. But the idea is that we also try to get some explanatory discussion here. So we also observed strong presence of mature exploits leveraging JavaScript. So that was another insight. And the takeaways are that we were able to identify, filter, and extract information from these additional sources, and that our three base models demonstrate superior performance from other categories and identifying exploits from other categories and labeling posts as exploitation versus not exploitation. Because we tried many different things, like we tried to classify across many different categories, but this was the one that we got the highest accuracy, precision, recall, when we tried to distinguish between exploitation versus the rest. Okay, so apparently exploitation in the wild has distinguishing features that make it easier to separate this from the rest. This is the reference, as I mentioned. Yeah, so the first student. So for those that want, at 1 p.m. On Monday, he will be defending his master thesis at UFRJ. You are welcome. Okay, you can send me a message if you want to get more details.
Yeah. All right. So this is the final slide, I promise. So I also wanted to leave with a final quote relating to the fusion and the whole messaging behind these 4 steps. The ultimate goal is not to predict the future. So you will hear a lot of time people saying, oh, predicting vulnerability, predicting exploit. The ultimate goal is not to predict the future. Nobody can tell which vulnerability will be exploited, when it will be exploited and all that. The idea is to use all this information fusion to make better sense, better decision today. What kind of defenses I need to deploy? Do I need to patch this vulnerability? Do I need to update my firewall rules? Do I need to update my IDS rule? So when you fuse all this information from different sources, you get a single pane glass view of your risk for your entire organization, what controls you have in different places, and this helps you take better decisions today. And that's it. So we have now maybe time for questions. I think this is really the last slide. We didn't even put a thank you slide. Thank you so much for bearing us.
Thank you very much. We have questions? Yes, please.
Regarding your day-to-day activities, like it's really hard to see. Like with Sadat, I had to Sadat role in the laboratory, and I see the academic part of the security field, but I do not see many researchers in such high-profile companies like you. So, what's your day-to-day life? How do you implement this in your day-to-day life? What does it come to? What does it come down to in your day-to-day life? I think that you just let's focus on that. That's my imagination now, but I don't know what to do. Actually, I can see a researcher, but I don't see the day-to-day of oh my god, destroy our servers all around the world. What's it like?
Okay. All right. So, so just there are many actually I need to divide this into different things. So first of all, I'm also a researcher, so just to clarify. But anyways, I'm part of Siemens corporate research. We do centrally research, but the idea is that we help our business units with this research. So we don't do like imaginary research. Not that you do, I'm just saying just to keep the mood light. We do research which focus or helps these business organizations in their problems or in their solutions or whatever. Now how this helps. So I've been part of both sides basically. So we started with security advisory. So I was part of Siemens CERT organization. So if you know CERT is Computer Emergency Response Team, right? So I was part of Siemens Central CERT organization where we wrote security advisories. I wrote actually the Log4j security advisory issued by Siemens. So at least one of them. There are like 2 or 3, I think. So the idea is like we receive vulnerability information from somewhere. It's from research or anyways for Log4j it was very public. It was released with a patch and all. Now we have to also identify, okay, which products are affected. So then you talk to your businesses, say, okay, this is a vulnerability which has been released by, and this is quite critical. It's being talked about a lot, and it's also very public. A lot of customer inquiries are coming. So, okay, let's scramble. Let's try to make a patch quickly. Let's try to also give information to our customers, so Siemens customers, so that they can easily and quickly patch their infrastructure and be more secure so that before anybody can exploit them. So I've been part of that organization as well. Also similarly, so this is for our customers, right? And then there's also Siemens infrastructure itself. So there's also teams within Siemens who would also take this information and say, okay, maybe Log4Shell kind of vulnerability is in a router which is in a Siemens facility that needs to be patched quickly, or maybe it's in a server which is Siemens is hosting and they need to quickly patch. So there's also a CERT organization there, and they get help from basically the research, let's say with the threat intel feeds and also by the risk aware patch management, that okay, they can make better informed decisions how quickly and which vulnerabilities to prioritize and all. So this is all of this work is practically implemented, or let's say research which could be practically used by any organization, and that's why we make whatever research we do public as well. It's not any secret of Siemens. We try to make at least the research part of public so that anybody can get help and maybe increase the security level of all of us, let's say. Yeah, any questions?
Please.
Yeah.
First, Steven.
So yeah.
Thank you for the very nice talk.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question regarding weaponization.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as I understand, those vulnerabilities, for the source of these vulnerabilities, they are openly sharing these vulnerabilities for everyone, right? So, my impression from that example, the known example, is that since all weaponization happens after the day 0, after the vulnerabilities are mentioned, is that somehow they are contributing to their weaponization. How do you prevent this?
Yeah. So I will take a first take at this, and maybe if you want to add something. So this is very good because a lot of teams, a lot of people, if you talk to them, they have exactly the same doubt. If I release now about my vulnerability information, I am actually promoting the hackers or something like that. That's not the idea. So the thing is, you are also informing your customers, right? So the thing is, okay, let's say there is no patch right now, but if the customer knows about this vulnerability, they can maybe have other defenses which they can then which can help them protect their organization rather than just a patch, right? So if you are aware of a vulnerability, you make good information for your customers. And of course, it's not always possible to know every single customer and write emails to every single customer and you give private information. So you want to distribute it so that everybody can secure their own organization. They can take their own informed decisions how their risk is and all that. And also with that graph, it's not that only when you release that vulnerability information, then there are weapons out there. If you saw the other curves, basically the HPs and all that other examples, and this was only like 5 vendors they analyzed, but there are plenty more vendors. There's somebody already knows that vulnerability. So if they are building the exploit, they are already building the exploit, whether you release this information or not, right? So you have a better chance to protect your customers when you tell them about fixing this, or even at least having some defenses or mitigations about that.
Yeah.
Anything?
So something that I learned while doing this is that it's very important to distinguish between the maturity level, like proof of concept, weaponization, and then a fully functional exploit. But there is not much work on this distinction. So when we did this plot, we didn't distinguish. We just show weaponization as being even a proof of concept. So the reason that there are so many proof of concepts that appear at the day of disclosure is that many times when someone discovers a proof of concept, there is some agreement between the person and the vendor that the proof of concept will be released only after the vulnerability is disclosed. So actually, it's not like a coincidence. It's really something that is agreed. And actually, a lot of these points, they are actually just proof of concepts. So it's really, really rare to have like a zero-day exploit, like something that is fully functional and that appears at the day at which the vulnerability. So because when you see this graph, you could think, wow, there's so many 0 days. But no, it depends on what you call 0 day. But if you think about 0 day as being an exploit, it's really, really rare. And the proof of concepts that appear before the disclosure, they are usually just proof of concept. They don't have, it's very difficult to use them in practice, and usually it takes a lot of time to build maturity and make this proof of concept to become usable in practice. And actually, this is something that is ongoing research. We are trying to come up with models and methods to tell not how long will it take for organization to occur, but how long will it take from a proof of concept to become a, let's say, functional weapon, from functional to fully functional. This is not clear.
So what Daniel was saying about also this coordinated, so it's called also coordinated vulnerability disclosure process. Basically, if a researcher actually reports a vulnerability to you, you coordinate with them, okay, we are now working on a patch, then you issue up, like you make a patch, and then you make a security advisory which releases the public information about patch and the vulnerability, and then the security researcher has some days to actually, they can publish their work to get credit and all that, right? So that's the coordinated vulnerability disclosure, what Daniel was referring to. So that's why you see a lot of that information also coming on the first day. And that clarification also, it's 1 day. When once the vulnerability is public, it's 1 day, and anything before is 0 days. The 0 is in the center is actually misleading. So 0 days are whenever there's no information about a vulnerability and there's an exploit. Yeah, I think you had a question, right? Yeah.
I have 2 questions. The first one is very similar to this question. When you release the CVE, disclosure the vulnerability, don't you think that there will be other ways to explore the vulnerability that was not fought in the proof of concept? And in a way, you are promoting vulnerability that you didn't fought, because there are a whole community of hackers who are thinking how to explore the vulnerabilities of your product.
Yeah,
how
I think.
To treat that? Do you treat that or just?
Yeah, I think I would again answer in a similar way, saying that it's not promoting, because with the security advisories, either you are releasing a patch information, so the customer can actually deploy the patch and fix that vulnerability, or you also release with some mitigations, basically saying, okay, if there is no patch right now, or if you are not able to install a patch, maybe block this port, maybe block this service or something like that. So you are also, if you look for security advisories from any vendor, from Microsoft or anybody, you will see they always provide this additional mitigations or so. So because there will be some people who would not be immediately able to patch the software. So it's also providing the mitigations. And the second part is like, even then, if you, let's say, if you just silently patch, let's say you don't tell about it, you don't talk about the vulnerability, but you would still provide the patch, right? At least that we can agree on, right? If there is a vulnerability and I know about it as a vendor, I will issue an update, and then the customer should update it, right? Those hackers, what you're talking about, they can still look at the update and do the binary analysis and all the reverse engineering, and they can still find exactly what was patched probably in this update. And there's huge amount of research onto this, exactly finding one-day exploits using those patches. So that information is anyways out there, but you want to inform the general crowd saying, okay, before the other guys does his reverse engineering and writes an exploit about this, writes a malware, maybe you do this quick firewall thing, or maybe you update your software or something like that. So you then raise the security level. So, and
okay, so we just run out of time, but I just want to make just one little curiosity. So I was a former Siemens engineer in the past. If you just can be just quick and a short answer. So the question is, you mentioned that you had like 80 days, 80 80 threats per day, right? And then you're trying at the end. Professor showed that now strategy is to anticipate, right? Doing some kind of sentiment analysis to detect before, right? Due to the huge amount of threats, basically. But I remember, at least in my department, it was called the Intelligent Networks Department, based in Berlin. Testing and verifying patches, it was a process of at least 6 months. So that was the reason why Siemens lost market share against Huawei, for instance. Not only this, but also because of price, right? But how is it nowadays? So, how much time does it cost to patch a thing to Siemens? Is that quick to deal against these 80 threats per day, or how is it?
So, first of all, I am not in a position to answer, because it will depend on group to group. Like, okay, maybe some have very complex software, they need more time for patching. Some has very simple projects, then it's maybe less. And the 80 threats, I am not talking about Siemens. I'm just saying general vulnerabilities in the world. They are released in 2023 alone. NVD reported, has a database of all the CVEs for all vendors in the world, and it was around 23,000 something, right? And then if you divide it by the days, it is 83 per day. So it's not for Siemens, it's for somebody as an operator. So like I am a power plant, then I am using from, 100 different vendors, and that day, basically now I have to look at maybe 80 or maybe 50 out of that 80 vulnerabilities. But 50 is also a big number for a customer, not for Siemens, for a customer. Of course, it's also big for Siemens, but that's what I mean. Today, customers need to handle that situation, because to build a factory, you need maybe 50 different or 100 different vendors. And if they give you so much severe, how would you make that decision? And this research with different kind of inputs and different kind of data can help them make a more informed decision about their risk, which ones they should prioritize. Because also in factories and in power plants, the downtimes are really bad. Like maybe the next downtime is in 6 months, or maybe in 3 years or something. It's like that. So they have to really prioritize which vulnerabilities to fix. And this kind of research can help them make that informed decision. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for this nice presentation.
Ciao, Steven.
Everyone, I'm Sebastian Marin.
Hello everyone, me, Paulo Fernando Filho, Silvio Barros Melo, and Rita de Cássia Moura from Universidade Federal de Pernambuco and Universidade of Pernambuco. The title of our work is Application of Fuzzy System in the B parameters of the eating response theory and performance metrics. We will now initialize define the problem. Okay, assign elements of the cluster to the respective groups when these elements are in burden regions is a challenge for clustering algorithms, reducing noise, and second, mathematically determines the level of difficulty for these pertinences. For this action, we will use the item response theory, apply performance evaluation metrics, and other fuzzy rules to determine relationship with this difficulty. This is the purpose of this work. We'll now describe important concepts to understand our work. The clusters are associated in two classes. Comparing the difficulty of association, the element in the group created with the predefined class or cluster. Item response theory (IRT) is a statistical method based on probabilistic model to determine the relationship between these items and value abilities. Using the evaluation method is the way to illustrate the matter, and IA is it right or wrong with the classification, relations, grouping, or the other goals to be archived by the IA. Some computation models evaluation to learn of the algorithm use IRT. The definition of a fuzzy system comprises the steps of classification, various rules, and classification. The fuzzy system aim determines a decision-making method. To perform the calculation, we use the following equation. Here, we use equation 1 to calculate the difficulty by IRT, where P the function of the parameter for the effect of the classification skills and properties of the item. I the item index of the sorted item. G the index of the classification. Theta classifier skill. A in C A discriminate item. B is E, item difficulty, and CI, probability of the classification get in the right to the random or guessing. Um, and also the performance evaluation matrix. Equation I, MEC, equation Joule, accuracy, equation for accessibility, equation 5 specificity. Here with the 34 cluster algorithms used to evaluate the formation of the group and the similarities. Okay, here we have 11 dataset used to experiments which were balanced by smooth. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, so okay. Here. Uh, Now we will explain the result organized in the table 4 and 5. What is the table 4 are the elements correctly assigned to the groups, and in table 5 those that were not correctly assigned. Note that the columns are organized and oh, sorry. Yeah, here again. Okay, the table 4 and table 5. Look, uh, the columns are organized, are represented by XA, extreme easy, very easy, easy, hard, very hard, extreme hard. Here, the corresponding metrics and the algorithms. Look, And now that the column organizes in this way, what is book, and are the is both A and A okay, here and here. Uh, in both tables, the highest levels of hits and errors in assigning the relevance element by the corresponding metrics and algorithms were concentrated. Look, concentrated here and here again. Okay? Now, uh, when applying the fuzzy rules, we will observe that from the MSC, the value obtained by the centroid was 6.73. The center of the mass centroid is located in the region of the good output variable for the classification or clustering algorithm and with the metric true positive relative to four equations, not equation 4, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Um, Conclusion. To conclude, demonstrate the importance of using performance metrics, precision, sensibility, specificity, and MCA, and their impact at pretty difficult levels evaluated by IRT. Present in the group to be classified or grouped by clustering algorithms, using fuzzy system and determined rules from the data obtained. With our reference and thank yous for all.
Hello everyone, I'm Sebastian Marin. Today we want to talk about automated orange ripeness classification. This work is deeply motivated by the need for consistency and uniformity in classification process. Human-based classification often suffers from subjective and fatigue, leading us to inconsistencies. We propose to use state-of-art CV models, allowing us to push the boundaries of precision and speed in these tasks, and try to meet the highest standards. Automations open the door for deploying SAC technologies across multiple industries and product lines, allowing us to scale beyond orange to other fruits or food items. We are integrating this model to a design mechatronics system for National University of Asunción Engineering Faculty, Robotics and Automation Lab. For our inference workflow, we consult literature about current fruit classification methods. We will mention two notable works that inspire us the most. The first one, by Rizzo, with the paper fruit classification, our survey provides a comprehensive overview of the latest advancements in fruit classification using computer vision and machine learning techniques. On the other hand, Miranda, in their study Clasificación Automática de Naranjas por Tamaños y Defectos, focus on the automated classification of orange based on size and surface effects. The approach emphasizes practical applications in industrial environments, demonstrating how machine vision system can streamline the sorting process. To achieve an effective system, we followed a structured workflow divided into 4 key steps. The first step was the design and deployment of an effective test bench, ensuring a controlled environment where Orange could be evaluated consistently. Once the test bench was operational, we focused on the dataset generation, moving the fluid through the test bench, capturing diverse perspectives of each orange for building a robust model. With the dataset prepared, we can work on the computer vision model training phase. And lastly, the challenge of making decision modeling. Since the orange are rotated, multiple frames are analyzed of each fruit. We need to deploy a decision-making system that considers all frames. For the workflow on the Raspberry Pi, the process begins with the image capture, where the camera collects orange on the conveyor belt. The main control drives the conveyor belt, ensuring the flow of the fruit through the system. The images are sent to the PC via UDP protocol for processing. On the PC, the received image go through 3 key steps. Detection with a pre-trained model focus on fruit quality, tracking of each orange across frames, and decision. Based on the analysis, the system makes a classification decision. This decision is sent back to the Raspberry Pi to trigger a fruit physical classification mechanism, sorting the orange accordingly. Starting with the perspective view, you can see the fruit reception area where oranges are fed into the system. This section ensures proper alignment and flow of the fruit on the conveyor belt. In the side view, we highlight the main components. The Glover suited camera mounted on the top captures high quality image without motion blur, even as the orange move along the conveyor belt. The Raspberry Pi 4, serving as the local processing unit, manage image capture and communication with the PC. The servo motors direct the final path of the classified fruits. The conveyor belt is customized to handle the fruit, control the rotation and the positioning of the fruit, ensure that all sides are captured for the analysis. Driven by an electrical motor controlled by a variable frequency drive to maintain smooth and controlled motion.
I am Jose Rios and I will continue with the next chapters. With the test bench, we capture several orange videos. These videos provide us with the dataset with multiple frames for each orange, and these frames assure us that there are multiple views for each fruit. So the bench will progressively move the fruits and rotate them through the video. So this, combined with the use of the global shutter camera, provide us with a fast acquisition of the dataset with images without motion blur. So the dataset has consistent conditions because each fruit on frame is exposed to the same lighting and angle condition. As we mentioned earlier, we are also leveraging on state-of-the-art models for our workflow. We're implementing a semi-automated annotation process to track the quality of each fruit on each frame. We started with the models YOLO V10X and Real-Time Detection Transformer V2 large version, both pre-trained on the COCO dataset as a foundation. From the captured videos, we extracted bounding boxes with these models depending on the quality of the captured fruit. Ripped fruits work better with RT Detection Transformer V2, and ripped fruits work better with YOLO. Detection outputs were then used to refine the class annotations by relabeling the classes with a focus on fruit quality, categorizing them based on ripeness and defects. Previously, all of these annotations were classified as just oranges. We rendered these new annotations to visually inspect and verify the annotations, making an adjustment if necessary. Finally, the annotations were formatted specifically for YOLO training, ensuring seamless integration into the training pipeline. For the classification, we focus on organoleptic characteristics, essentially the sensory attributes of the fruit, such as color, texture, surface spots, visible diseases. We chose to use 5 classes. First, very immature or unripped, as we called it on the dataset. These are green and firm with no visible signs of yellow or orange tones in the fruit. Number 2, slightly immature or ripening, which is for the fruits that are green with some hints of yellow or orange. Here we see that the color is transitioning. 3 is our ideal class called optimal. Here the fruit has a vibrant orange color and a low number of spots. 4 is slightly overripe, which is a deep orange color with sub-patches or spots or a slight discoloration. And last is rodent, which is described by a dull orange color, brownish aspect, or the presence of visible mold, soft areas, or dark spots. Here are some images for these classes. Here we present 2 examples of the process. On the left is an original annotation made by the state-of-the-art models, and on the right there's a relabeled frame with one of our quality classes. We can see also some examples of the training dataset and the corresponding histogram of instances by each class. We use the augmentations library for data augmentations. The augmentation techniques we use made us around 30,000 images, and to cite some of these techniques we have flips and rotations, making various positions that the fruit may have on the conveyor belt, mix-ups, mosaics, copy-paste augmentations, scaling, and also here adjustment that modifies the color balance and lighting conditions. For the model training, we followed a structured but standard approach. We split the dataset into training, validation, and tests with a ratio of 70-20 and 10% respectively. We work with pre-trained versions of YOLO V10 in the nano, medium, and large sizes, working with transfer learning for all of them. The optimizer parameters are the standard ones: stochastic gradient descent, 0.1 for landing rate, and 0.9 for momentum. We use 1,000 epochs with early stopping of around 40 epochs, and distributed focal loss for class imbalance. We develop an algorithm that works by tracking all visible frames collectively for each allowance as it rotates. The voting mechanism leverages the confidences for each frame alongside the predicted class value, which ranges from 1 to 5. Additionally, we have introduced a weight factor denoted as alpha to account for the relative importance of each class to influence some specific classes when they appear to be more strong than others. For example, if there's a presence of a rodent class or an unripped class. The average is then divided by the sum of confidences, and the result is rounded to the nearest class. We are still exploring if this is the best approach or if there's a better approach than this. For example, using a filter by the confidence level of each detection to exclude nosy frames. Here we present the training results for our current model. On the left we see the lab scores for both training and validation phases across different components of the loss function, starting with the box loss on the left, the classification loss in the middle, and the DFL loss on the right. They all show convergence with little to no sign of overfitting yet, which may be a hint that there's still room for improvement, and also there are more epochs available until hitting overfitting, and there's also room to provide more images to the dataset. Then on the right, we have the confusion matrix, which appears to present promising results for the test set in general. We also present this table with several experiments where we work with smaller to larger datasets and no augmentation to the list of variations or augmentations that we described in the previous slides. The experiments in general were made with an GPU NVIDIA RTX 3090 and a CPU Intel Xeon. To summarize, the YOLOBIT 10 Nano model in experiment number 8 is the best options, and in our opinion, because it offers a balanced trade-off between speed and accuracy, making it the best candidate for latency sensitive applications, while the YOLOBIT 10X model in experiment number 6 is the best option for accuracy and scenarios where latency is less critical. Considering this result, we can see promising metrics for the detection model, and we are still exploring options for the decision making with the test bench. With this in mind, we can mention some future steps for the project. For example, we can explore methods to make the model lighter and more efficient for real-time execution on embedded devices. We can explore using weight quantization, network pruning, or conversion to hardware optimized architectures. We can also test the model on more varied datasets to improve generalization and validate on dynamic scenarios. We can also try to make the final decision with all the frames through another machine learning method. For example, the use of a light GVM classifier. And it will be useful to develop an annotation tool to make this semi-automated process even easier and intuitive for anyone to pick it up. And it will be good to improve the object tracking algorithm to handle frame losses and to stop compromising accuracy. And this is all for us. So thank you very much for your attention.
everyone. My name is Daniela Godoy, and on behalf of my co-authors, I will be presenting the work A Cross-Dimensional Analysis of Large Language Model Answers from a Mathematics Education Perspective. This is a joint work between the Research Center on Mathematics Education, NIAM, and the Sistan Research Institute on Software Engineering. We are all researchers from CONICET in Argentina and professors of UNICEN University. Since the eruption of ChatGPT and generative artificial intelligence in general, there has been a lot of discussions in the educational field about how to use these tools to support teaching and learning tasks. In addition to that, we think that the fast development of large language models is also changing the way in which information seeking and discovery tasks are taking place in classrooms. Students look for information in chatbots instead of using regular search engines, and they ask for help with their tasks, for example, for solving math problems. So the way in which students interact with chatbots has a strong influence on engagement during the class, on the trust that is conferred to answers provided by chatbots, and in some way they shape the parasocial relationship of students with artificial intelligence models. So we think that it's increasingly important to understand how chatbots interact with the students and which is the language used by chatbots during these interactions. For that, we examined the response of multiple chatbots to a set of mathematical problems at secondary levels in Argentina, and we analyzed the answers in terms of 4 different dimensions. The goal of this study was to understand how chatbots use language during the interaction and communication with students in the math field, and we selected this subject because it is a particularly challenging subject at secondary schools, and students sometimes get even frustrated about math problems. So it's important to know how chatbots use language during math problem solving to eventually help to overcome these issues. We started by collecting data. For this study, we collect math problems corresponding to first to 6 years of the Argentinian secondary school. The problems were selected from the curricular design of the different provinces in Argentina, so the problems are appropriate to the age and to the knowledge and abilities of the students of every year. There are numerical problems, geometry, and statistics, among others. We selected 10 problems for every year, and for each of them we gathered 3 answers from chatbots. We get 3 answers in order to account for the randomness of intergeneration of large language models. And we use 4 chatbots: Gemini, Copilot, Llama, and ChatGPT 4o. With this 4 chatbots we cover the most popular and the ones that are freely available today. We ended up collecting 480 answers from chatbot to the selected math problems, and then we started the study with this set of problems. For each of the answers, we extracted a number of features related to the 4 dimensions that we wanted to analyze. The features were obtained based on lexicons and pre-trained models. We started with readability, which dimension that allowed us to determine the text difficulty of an answer regarding the level of instruction needed to understand it. So it implies how readable tests are for a given student of a given year, and features were extracted based on formulas. Lexical richness is also the diversity of the vocabulary employed in texts, and is used as a proxy for establishing the level of sophistication of the language. We also extracted features of lexical richness based on a series of formulas. Then we analyze sentiment and emotion that are present in the text of the answers of chatbots. We consider positive, negative, and neutral sentiment based on a pre-trained model as Vader, and we also extracted 8 basic emotions based on Emolex lexicon. Finally, we try to get some hints of the presence of cognitive processes based on Liquid's lexicon, and this process tried to infer some sort of analytical thinking involving the text generated by LLMs. Here we start to show the results of this in each of these dimensions. We start by readability. Here are results for 3 metrics that are Flash reading easy, Gutierrez de Polinis, and Trigid Passos readability. The 3 of them are formulas adapted for Spanish texts, and they given a score from 1 to 100, being 100 the easiest to read text. As we can observe in the images, the level of instruction needed for understanding the answer of chatbots is way higher than the level of the students for every metric. So test readability is in average for regardless of the year of the problem that we give to the chatbots, about 16 to 18 euros. So it only can be used for, say, 6 years students in Argentina, but the answers are excessively complex for lower grades. For the first 3 years, Llama seems to be consistently the one who offers the easiest to read answers, but only by a small margin. Gemini, on the other side, shows less deviation from the average score, so it's more consistent in terms of the readability of their answers. Regarding the lexical richness or diversity, we can see here the number of unique terms, and also 2 formulas that are derived from the type token radio, that is the number of unique words and occurrences, and 2 other metrics that are absolutely Nema, the number of word appearance only once, and Julska, that is a length independent measures. Here we can observe that Gemini is the chatbot offering richer vocabulary according to all metrics by a considerable large margin. And Llama was the one using less unique words and less vocabulary in general terms. So it's the one with the lowest lexical richness. In terms of sentiment and emotion, we use positive, neutral, and negative sentiment score starting with Vader. In this case, all are adding up to 1. And the compound score also from Vader is a number between -1 and 1 that offer a single measure for analyzing the sentiment. So in addition, we extract 8 emotions from Emolex that are anger, fear, anticipation, trust, surprise, sadness, joy, and disgust. What we observe here are the texts of chatbots are in general term neutral. They don't show more positive or negative sentiment, but are highly in neutral values. A slightly higher positive than negative sentiment in general terms, but very high in neutrality. Gemini is the less neutral of the 4 chatbots. It's kind of more positive, show a little more positive sentiment and a little more negative too. And for that is the one showing less neutrality. ChatGPT on the other extreme seems to be the most neutral of all. Finally, if you observe the compound score, that is the metric joining the three sentiments, we can see that in general term the chatbots convey a positive sentiment. They are almost all above 0. Being Gemini again the most positive one and Llama the least positive one. In terms of emotion, we can observe here that the number of both positive and negative emotions appear in low proportions in the text. Trust seems to be the more frequent, and the other emotions like either positive or negative, like joy or fear and sadness, appear very rarely in tests. Overall, we can say that the texts are not rich in emotion-related works. Gemini, of all the chatbots, is the one showing more emotions or with more presence of emotions, as it was with Sentiment 2. And finally, if we consider finally 4-dimensional, there are cognitive processes, we can say that we extract these processes with Lewick lexicon. Include insights, causation, discrepancy, tentativeness, certainty, and differentiation. Here we can see that insight is a category with higher values, implying that answer describes some type of thinking process when solving the problem, that it was something expectable somehow. Not so expectable was the resulting causation, since was related to causation are not strongly present in the text, even though we are describing problem solving, so we expect some reasoning steps in the solutions. It seems to be that is a weak link in between these steps, or these reasoning steps. Also not so expectable was the resulting discrepancy. The chatbot seemed to show a higher mean of discrepancy in terms than expected. And also an interesting result was the relationship between tentative and certainty terms. The presence of more presence of tentative terms than certainty ones, like maybe, perhaps, something like that, shows that the chatbot the confidence that is given to the answers of the chatbot is more a construction of the users, of the students in this case, than the result of the use language of the chatbots. They are lower in certainty. They are communicate with less certainty than tentativeness. In conclusion, we present some preliminary exploration of a number of dimensions serving to characterize texts generated by chatbots in response to math problems specifically. We hope this result helps to understand how chatbots interact with the student, which can be used as an initial step to more guided personalization techniques or adaptation techniques to the level, to the personality, and so on of students. We plan to assess the impact of different prompting techniques to evaluate the response adaptation to school level and other interaction goals that we wanted to analyze. Well, that's all, and thank you, and we are open to questions if we want to contact us after. Thank you. much.
Guys, guys, we have one problem with the last video. We won't be able to showcase in the StreamYard. We can open it here for those that are on site. I'm sorry about that, but they will be presented right now. We can try to use the camera in here for you to see the video and here. That's the best we can do because there's not, due to some problem, the video is not streaming. So sorry about that. So guys, if you can play the video in here, we will do this and use the camera. Okay, so sorry about this. It's the last video of the conference. So stay with us for just more 15 more minutes. Thank you. Are there questions? Are there questions to guys? Questions to Sidney? No? So thank you, Sidney, once again. Okay, let's do this. Guys, for the last minutes of our workshop, I would like to thank you all that had time to be with us on site and remotely. I would like to thank all the authors that took their time and effort to publish the papers. I would like to thank especially Pablo, Aldo, and Juliane. Please come here to be on site. Pablo and Aldo work on site with us. You see them as session chairs and working with us. So I'd like to thank you for the tutorials, for the sessions. So I'd like to. So this is the second edition of this workshop. And as things goes by, everything must evolve. And next year, we are going to have Fusion 2025 in here in Rio with all these amazing people, with lots of new amazing people. We hope that you can enhance your paper and submit to Fusion. The Lafusion workshop started as a way to do a middle ground between have zero and have a paper to Fusion to help create this community in Brazil. For the 2 consecutive years, we had a lot of work to create a community and to know people, and this thing starts to pay off. So as next year goes by, we'll do another Lafusion here in Rio de Janeiro, and we are working on that in 2026. Aldo will hold Lafusion in Goiânia, the first Lafusion outside of Rio. So, woohoo! And I hope that Pablo will bring next year a traditional presentation about the next year. So we are hoping to do better stuff next year. Some changes in Lafusion will occur. Traditionally, Lafusion the paper submission is around October. Next year, the paper submission will be around August. So you have more time to do revision of your paper, to receive more insights. We are working on this, so we hope to have the Lafusion website ready around April next year, right after Fusion deadline is closed. So take a look at the Lafusion website. We will keep lafusion.cos.ufrj.br for the next year, and we'll try to work on the site. And also, we are trying to host in the Fusion conference a special session dedicated to extend Lafusion papers. So you are an author from 2023 or 2024 that wishes to extend your paper to this special session, or if you are from Latin America and wants to publish in this session, this is your session. And this special session will also be hosted by Pablo and Aldo, and this is a new initiative. So we are trying to grow new stuff inside Fusion 2025. If you want to publish in Fusion, take a look at fusion2025.org. That's the website of the conference next year. It's IEEE format, 5 to 8 pages. So take a look at that and think about submitting not only papers, but tutorials and special sessions. So we have now prizes to announce. All the winners, and we have 2 prizes, 1 runner-up and 1 winner of the best paper of the conference. And 4 prizes we give for all the winners. We will give 1 free registration. Okay? Yes. So I would like to invite Paulo Costa to say the names of the winners. So please, Paulo.
Thank you. Not for me. So anyways, even before I announce, so to create more suspense, I just want to say a couple of words about this event. I mean, I'm really happy to see we passing this to a new generation, I would say. I was the chair of the Fusion conference in 2015 in Washington, D.C. And since then, people in ISIF in general and in the board particularly have been pressing us, Brazilians, to, and me in special, to have a Fusion conference in Latin America. So it was very hard throughout these 10 years to find the opportunity, and I'm thankful for Claudio to step in helping, and now he's the chair of this conference. So it's a major endeavor. We've been planning this for more than 3 years. It's going to happen this July. I hope you all attend. It's a very difficult event to organize. So I would like to thank you, Claudio, and ask for a round of applause. Okay, and part of our work was to convince the ICF board that, well, the best way to create a community of interest here in Latin America for fusion was to hold this event. And we got a sponsorship from them for 2 years, and part of the sponsorship is this prize. So basically, we received all the papers, we did the evaluations. From all papers that my math, I'm not very good at math, it was 31 papers and 14 accepted, 13 accepted. So that is around 40%, which is much tougher to get into this workshop than is to get to fusion, which is around 65 to 75%, depending on the year. So being one of the two winners, it's a big deal. And let's
just add one thing. All the papers, if you see your scores on open review, some authors that receive values of 6, that means acceptance, were not accepted in the conference due to the competition. So even if you received a score, some 6 and 5s that were close scores, a gray zone, and you are not accepted in the conference, it doesn't mean that your paper is bad or it's not worthy. It just was really tough competition this year. To reach the final winners, we had to get like 1 hour discussion to go to 4 papers. And the discussion of the winners took a long time, and those papers were extremely good and won by some small details. So if you were accepted, you can be proud of yourself. It was a very, very tough competition.
Yes. So suspense is now. I will announce now the runner-up. So that's the second place. It is a condor-set based ensemble framework for detecting precipitation anomalies. Authors are Pedro César Madureira de Godoy Camargo, Leopoldo André Dutra Lusquino Filho, Sidney Alves de Outeiro, Daniel Rodrigues Teixeira Macedo, Gustavo Rio Iacazzi Grillo, Caio de Assis Tavernese Rodrigues, and Felipe Pellegrini Kumagi. So a round of applause to them. I don't think they're going to So he got 3 passes.
They have to decide among the authors. You have to decide among the authors, but it's just one.
All right, the big moment. The winner of the 2024 Lafusion workshop, Information Fusion, is using deep reinforcement learning to coordinate autonomous maritime search and rescue drones, by Pedro Aragão Andrade, Ricardo Rodrigues, Renato Falcão, Joras Oliveira, José Fernando Broncalhão, e Fabrício Bar. So, thank you very much, everyone, and
Thank
see
you.
you at Fusion.
See you next year, guys. Thank you.